Aussie.
Hello! Right. I just thought of something because I was doing something like I always am, running out of time. But the streams always start off quite high, Megalich. So, I am making some super juice. It's where you get a lot of your juice from a single citrus because you're kind of faking it. So what you do is, in the case of a lemon, you peel it, you add citric acid, same weight as the peel, then a certain amount of water. There's an online calculator you can use, and the peel, and then you blend it. Hey, Greg. And so it's not just citric acid and water, it's got the juice plus the oils from the lemon peel to make it zesty. And it's pretty good. And I was making it, and I ran out of time, but I thought, I'll just make it on the stream. I'll bring my little portable thingy here. Sorry, I'm missing a couple things I need. Also, got some crap on my hands. Just go and wash my hands. Okay, so I need fine scissors and a funnel. Gotta have fun with a funnel, that's why it's called that. Getting things from the kitchen. Okay, so yeah, contraptions. This is a thing I bought in lockdown too, to make shakes. Put the base on. That's the thing I'm going to blend up. I will switch the microphone off when I do it. PowerPoint just there, I can do it on. Oh, my monitor's still on. God. Oh, that's the calculator for the super juice, but I've finished now, so I can switch it off. Wait, why is there so many emails in my inbox? Confirm the booking. I'm going out tomorrow night. Confirm. Probably want to send that so they keep my booking. Alright. I'll switch this off actually. Okay. Shut down. Okay. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. Okay, so. Alright. So, I'll put that over there, plug it in. Alright. Now, I'll spare you all the terrible sound. I'll switch the mic off while I do it. So this will be a bit weird silence for anyone who comes in. This little, look, okay, I'll put it over here. See, look, a little mini blender. Doesn't actually sort of completely pulverize the peel that well. The peel starts spinning around. But I've done this before. It works fine. Get a pretty good result. That's a lot of juice from one lemon. So get about 350 mils juice from one lemon. Well, simulated juice, super juice. 350 mils from one lemon is not at all bad. Giving it a solid whiz. We do have a hand. Sorry, now should be doing that with the sound off. I'm going to masturbate furiously out of sight of the camera, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. I've got one of those. No, it's just going to, no matter how I do it. One of the handheld blenders. What do they call them? Stick blenders? I don't know. Oh, sorry, Megalich, do you remove the seeds? Okay. Maybe I didn't explain the whole thing. So you peel the citrus, and then in the case of lemon, keep it simple. It's lemon juice. Just use citric acid. Peel the citrus, weigh it, cover it in the same weight in citric acid. Let that liquefy. It takes an hour or two. Then juice the lemon. You do remove the seeds. You juice the lemon. Make sure you don't put the seeds in there because they'll taste terrible. And then you add a certain amount of water as well. And like so, the thing is, like I had 21 grams of peel from a lemon, so I added 21 grams of citric acid, and the formula said add 350 grams of water. So and the juice from the lemon. And honestly, that's probably enough. So, whizzy whiz. And now we strain this because you don't want the chopped up bits of peel in your juice. So I got a little. Is it bit, I don't think that's big enough. I think I made so much. This isn't big enough. I need a bigger container. Do I have a bigger container? Yes, I do. Oh, wait, that colour will confuse me. I washed the other one with dishwasher. All right. Bigger squeezy container. Because that's the way we roll. We're big and squeezy. All right, so I'm going to strain that through a fun strainer. I did pulp up the peel pretty well, actually. Holy shiz. I was not wrong. It's only just going to fit in my bigger. Oh, actually, man, I whizzed up the peel really well. Maybe I was just more persistent that time. I thoroughly pulverized the peel. Which sounds like another masturbation reference, quite honestly. All right. So I'll just get this out of the way now. That out of the way. That out of the way. All right. Okay. Right. Well, that was pretty good. I should eat the pulped peel that has also been covered in citric acid. That feels like not appealing, which I know makes me a complete killjoy. Have a drinky. What drinky will I start with? Gin old fashioned. Do. Getting some shit sorted out. Because that's what we want. We want our shit sorted. Hey, Safa. Oh, you getting rain? We're getting so much rain this afternoon. All right. Gosh darn it. Okay. So I need a big old block of ice. So we get to the big old block of ice tray. Right. That's the one we want. Ugh. Okay. So do. And I got Red Dead on disc. $29. That's pretty good. Yes. No, Megaleech, I was not actually going for a pun there. That was pun intentional. Vidor de gin, de barrel aged gin, old fashioned. What bitters will I put in? And what syrup? These are the questions they ask. Orange bitters, I think. Put some orange bitters in. There we go. That sounded a bit gross. I don't know if the microphone picked it up. Need a skewer. I can handle this right now. All right. Oh, I didn't. No, I did get to it. Man, hey, Justin, how's it going? Safa, I would doubt cricket's delayed at the MCG. I'd say it's going to be cancelled. There's so much rain around here tonight. Okay. Got a last bit of peel from this orange. Need to go out and get the orange. Spritz some orange oils. There we go. A little orange oil. Where's my jar of cherries? There's my jar of cherries. All right. Une cherry. And we stir. We stir and we stir and we stir. So, yes. I mean, let's look at the bomb. Well, actually, I don't know if that shows up. See, a big bunch of rain has just passed. Maybe it will clear. Maybe they will try and play again. And yes, Safra, I'm glad you didn't get COVID in the ballet. Certainly a risk. A closed space for a number of hours. Oh, deep sigh. Oh, yum. Oh. Yum. That is a drink with a real, got a bit of bite to it. Not for everyone. It's a little bit bitter because it's barrel-aged gin. And I have no idea how much I will be singing things instead of just saying them tonight. I seem to be doing it even a little bit more than usual. So who actually knows? Yes, I've had rain on and off all day. I mean, I got really lucky. I had a farewell lunch for someone I work with. So I went to a cafe and I had to park a couple blocks away from the cafe. Didn't really get rained on going to or from my car. But different points in the day, quite heavy rain. Justin, you got your ballot for the US midterms. That is going to be interesting because historically, the Democrats should cop an absolute fucking caning in the midterms. That's just the way it goes. Sorry, I'm just going to work something out here and hope I don't fuck up my internet. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, they should get a caning, but they might not, because the Republicans have been doing this weird, hey, let's make abortion illegal thing, which is just fucking weird because it's electorally very unpopular. So it'd be down to how much the Democrats have mobilized. So yum. And yes, we're saying go Fetterman. Yes. Yes, we want Dr. Oz to lose. He's a fucking steaming pile of shit. Yes, Justin, I would expect you to vote Democrat down the ticket. Yeah. Yeah, God, that Dr. Oz. So besides that super juice, I have another concoction here. Although this peel isn't particularly red. This is blood orange peel. Some bits of it have red in it. But hopefully it's the really nice red juice, because I haven't juiced the oranges yet. So in the process, like, covered it in sugar, and then you can see, the sugar's liquid. You can't really see sugar. But that was like covered in caster sugar. And it's all going sludgy. By tomorrow, it should be completely liquid. Then I'm going to add the juice from the oranges to it. And turn that into a syrup. And then I'm going to milk clarify that. That's what I call my milk clarified cordial. And it's super fucking yum. Like on pancakes, ice cream, in a drink with soda, or, boozy drink, and all these things. It's very good. Ooh, that's an interesting one. You've actually got an exciting one, Justin. Your congressional seat is marginal. There you go. Well, honestly, every seat, I know what you mean. You could argue from a point of view, every seat's a must win, because every seat that swings one way or the other is a huge deal in this election. But yes, there's the marginal ones are the ones that could change hands or are expected to, be at risk of changing hands. So I'm glad you know what the moon is, man. I haven't seen the moon for a while. I'm glad I had this one first tonight. Because as a first drink, it's super fucking yum. But sometimes I've had it after some other drinks. I haven't liked it I've never disliked it, but I haven't liked it as much. It's weird, you easily confused palate how, one thing will make another thing taste a different way, but that sounded really coherent, didn't it? Yeah. But it's like if you have something too sweet and then have something after that, it can taste really like it can be something you usually like. But if you follow it after something really sweet, it's like, whoa. Yes, your palate takes a while to adjust. That's why the French would do the thing between courses, give you a plain sorbet, little bit of plain sorbet to cleanse your palate so you're completely refreshed for the next course, which is also why when I'm doing taste comparisons, so I always do the thing where I drink some water between each one. It's just generally a good thing to do. So you're getting a better neutral base to taste the next thing. So that's my haute cuisine thing. So the US should definitely have compulsory voting. The democracy in the US is fucking collapsing. It's quite terrifying to behold the number of mainstream Republicans who are explicitly stating their goal is to overturn every election that Democrats win. Like, they're just really explicitly, graphically, openly saying that's their goal. They'll just be in control of every election from then on. And it's pretty fucking mind-blowing the degree to which fucking US is sliding towards fascism, basically. And yeah, Black Metal Heart. The ballot box doesn't work anymore. The streets. I mean, when you see these people who are just blatant, particularly the Christo-fascists, the ones who are saying overtly, we are going to change things to force people to conform to our interpretation of the Bible. And it's just, the fuck are you people talking about? It's feels like it's way out of control there. This obviously, again, okay. The whole thing about the label fascist is, well, you know, it can be pointless. Like, the point is, you know, Putin's an authoritarian. He's an autocrat. The American Republicans are increasingly coming up with stuff which is literally out of the fascist playbook. You know, are they fascists, or do they actually just stand for nothing apart from their personal power? Because fascism in Italy was beyond just Mussolini getting power, although obviously that was Mussolini's main goal. It was a whole national identity thing. And with a lot of these American Republicans, I start to doubt that they mean anything they said. Like, yeah, I get the impression Mussolini meant stuff he said. I get the impression with a significant number of these American Republicans who are saying shit that sounds super fashy. They don't actually stand for anything. They're just like absolutely soulless and self-serving, and they see a mood they can exploit, and they don't care for a second that they're working up to like absolutely dismantle any fucking shade of democracy in the US, because they believe that action will benefit them personally. And that is literally all they care about. They don't care about they don't care about what happens down the line. They don't care about repercussions. That's the word I was looking for. They are focused wholly and solely on short-term personal gain. They don't have any sort of long-term vision. Hello, Dr. Abigail. And that's an interesting observation. And sounds like it's a positive for you, so I'm happy. Trauma counseling, surprisingly different to regular counseling in a good way. So sounds like it's being a good result for you. So yay. And yes, so what you're saying about rural areas, this is global. People in rural areas where not much changes and they don't see many different people are broadly more conservative than people in cosmopolitan cities who get a lot of variety, see a lot of people. And also people who don't travel tend to be more conservative and more prone to bigotry than people who do travel. And that's very broad brush strokes. Oh, is that Black Metal Heart MGT saying companies stop donating? Oh, yeah. It is absolutely surreal, the number of these republics that Marjorie Green Taylor, that's her name, isn't it? Openly saying things that under US law are criminal. Like someone saying, if you personally don't donate to me and I get to power, I'm going to use the power of the government to prosecute you. That is actually criminal. That's illegal to threaten people like that. But they just all believe there is no. They all believe there are no repercussions. That's why the whole January 6th thing happened, because Trump convinced these fucking lunatics that there would be no repercussions. And you could tell all the ones who did that, like, they were just committing this over the top, incredibly serious crime. And they were boasting about it and posting photos and videos and whatnot. And because they truly believed they would face no repercussions. And that's wild. Now, again, the way power works everywhere, not just not just in the US. The way power works is the more power you have, the less repercussions you do face. But it is intriguing to me the mainstreaming of this really extreme sort of abuse of power thing is. So, and again, they're absolutely disconnected from reality. And every now and then reality comes in and bitch slaps them, and they seem really fucking surprised. Like, what? Why am I facing repercussions? That isn't a thing that happens to me. And they're ever so upset at the idea of facing repercussions, paying any price for any bit of fuckery they do. Oh, okay, sorry, so it's not MGT, it's MTG. Marjorie Taylor Greene. You thought that was talking about Magic the Gathering? Fair, absolutely fair. Yeah, Black Metal Heart. It is mob tactics, and that's why sometimes I think, like, questioning, like, oh, are they fascists? Is Putin a fascist? Well, they're criminals, and they are behaving like criminals, and they are using criminal tactics. They are just openly saying, I mean, Putin's case, it's like, if you challenge me, you will be killed. And in the US, these weirdos increasingly just openly saying incredibly criminal things like, I will abuse the power of government to have personal vendettas. And now, again, governments of all stripes actually do that. They go after people who they think have crossed them or they cut people off who they think have crossed them. But to just overtly state repeatedly, you are going to indulge in unconstitutional and criminal behavior if you are given the power to do so, is wild. So, yeah. I mean, it is just so obvious. They believe they won't face any repercussions. It's surreal. I also just kind of realized when I was pouring my old fashioned, I want to do the whole thing. I'm glad I didn't put extra sugar in, but I didn't even need to put the bitters in because it's a pre-made old fashioned. Man, okay, my head's not really in the game this evening. And no, I have not been pre-gaming. It's my first drink. So, let's see if angry goes off the rails tonight. could happen. We'll see. We will see. Yum. Talking about tastings, but we might do another tasting. I got single malt from the Tiny Bear Distillery. Little note from Damo. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it. It's just a little hand-drawn note that says, "We appreciate the support, Andrew." Smiley face. Damo at Tiny Bear. They released a single malt whiskey, which I got. And it's nice. I might do a little taste comparison of that tonight with some other ones I like and see what's what. The Migalich got some watermelon sour patch. Oh my god, all the lollies in vodka is so much fun. Oh yeah, no man, just leave it. Any tips? Just leave it for a while. I think if you chop the Sour Patch Kids up, like don't put them in whole, chop them up because it's all about surface area. So chop them up and more of the color and flavor will absorb into the vodka. I mean, I've done the lolly flavoring thing, vodka, tequila, rum, probably gin as well. I don't really remember. But rock candy is a really good one because that's normally just like pure sugar, so it'll dissolve. So the Sour Patch Kids are probably going to make it really cloudy. This is what I experienced. Which is not the end of the world. It's just, it's not absolutely beautiful visually. Like I tried to make it a bit clearer once by pouring it through a coffee filter, and it just did not go through. It was so thick, and I didn't realize, and it just did not go through. So yes, a sure thing is doing it with Sour Patch Kids. There's a reasonable chance it'll be crowding. Maybe they'll just dissolve. I don't know. But yeah. Oh Jesus, Justin! I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. You voted the people of Illinois to have state constitutional right to organize. I just saw it as you voted for the people of the Illuminati. I went, ah ha ha! Illuminati confirmed. Yes. Oh God! Speaking of which, okay, Illuminati was a weird, pranky thing. Someone who was part of this group who call themselves Discordians, right? There were these books. They're called Illuminatus. They invented it. It was this pseudo science fiction. And one thing about the Discordians, they were into pranks. Life was absurd. We need to bring the system down with more absurdity. And so mashing up all this conspiratorial thinking into this Illuminati who were running the world was a huge prank. And of course, just an absurd number of people now believe it. I read an article that was written a little while ago by a Discordian, and it basically saying how Trump was the natural end product of what they're doing. And it's like, you know what? No religion. We need a new devil. Trump's the devil, and he's going to bring it down. He doesn't even know that he's doing what we want him to do. We want the system to collapse. And it's just like, okay, well, it didn't quite happen because this article was written while Trump was still in power. But Jesus, it might happen in a couple of years. And of course, what was hilarious to me, this guy's written this really rollicking sort of, yes, it's chaos. We are agents of chaos. And this, the system is terrible and has to be destroyed. And it's going to hurt going down and all this sort of stuff. And just, going on this weird rant basically. And then there was people in comments wanting to argue and disagree and quite clearly assert, well, I'm smarter than the person who wrote this, and I'm gonna prove it by arguing in comments on the internet. And it's just like, shut the fuck up, you fucking losers. I mean, I understand the impulse to do it, but it's just like, this person's just doing this thing like, woo, it's all a prank, woo. And these dickheads trying to go, well, actually, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You know, you don't have to. Well, okay, we all have an opinion on everything. You do not have to tell everyone in the world your opinion every second of every day, says the person who's been doing that on the internet for close to 2 decades. I'm a hypocrite. So it's just the way it is. But you will rarely get me arguing in comments on the internet. I stress rarely, because never say never. But you'll rarely catch me arguing on the internet. Sorry, Mego sent me the picture of his vodka. Yeah. So thing is, I see it's cloudy. It may well stay that cloudy. Yeah, because I didn't like it when it was that cloudy, and so I tried to filter it, and it was this. It looked like liquid, but it was somehow too thick to go through a coffee filter. Yes, today, a bit fresh outside, Safa. Surprisingly cold day. I thought we were past days as cold as this. Not so much. And I think I did see that predicted earlier in the week, a very chilly blast. What? Let's talk about the weather. That's bracing content, isn't it? So it feels like 9 outside. Woof, didn't think we'd get that again. Okay, tomorrow maximum of 17, minimum of 10. Then minimum of 8, maximum of 21, 19. Oh shit, Tuesday looks... Whoa! Okay. Jesus Christ. They're saying from Tuesday on, the maximums are only 14 or 15. Okay, I wasn't fucking expecting that. I will tell them. Oh, sorry, Megalish, she'd already left them whole. That's okay. It'll be fine. It looks like it's fine. It looks like it's suitably dispersing into your vodka. But yeah. I've still got, when I was talking about rock candy, I've got some I bought ages ago. It's actually this chili rock candy, which is serious. They actually put chili oil in this rock candy and colored it red. So it's good for making a red drink that also has a bit of chili bite in it. And I haven't done it. So it's been sitting in a little bag up there. And the individual bits of rock candy have just coagulated. So it's like this big blob of rock candy now. I don't know if I'll ever use it. Black Metal Heart, 33 for you. Yeah, that's a bit too warm. My favorite's like about 27, maybe 28. Once it gets past that, too expensive. Too expensive, too hot. So, Megalich, you say shitty cheap vodka, yet I see the label says premium vodka. I don't know. I think you might be lying, because they wouldn't put premium on something that's shitty and cheap. That would be dishonest. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. When you've got to kick in the air con Black Metal Heart, I get you exactly. That's the thing. Historically, it's been more of a problem in winter in places that get cold winter. People with not much money, particularly older people, freezing to death because they don't put the heating on because it's going to cost them too much. So particularly in places like Northern Europe and the north of North America, you would get old people in particular freezing to death in winter. Within 10 years, it'll be a much bigger issue of people dying of dehydration heat exposure in summer because they can't afford to run air conditioning. Well, Mega Leech, $35 for 700 mils of vodka is definitely cheap and shitty. Yeah, Black Metal Hat, like Texas. It's and it does happen here as well. It's just going to happen way more, and basically, it's going to be a bigger issue. People dying of heat exposure, heat stroke in summer will be more common than people freezing to death in winter. Gonna put this up here, and you'll never guess who just dinged me. It's AIDSy. He's apologizing profusely. Spoonless. Toes look like some. Oh, Jesus. AIDSy's in a bad way and is not joining us. So I'm just giving him an update of next time's I'm likely to be online with the live stream. But he's not doing well, and that's not great. Poor guy. I have to admit that Mega Leech, speaking about shitty cheap, I did see a $35 rum in, I think it's one of the supermarket bottle shops. But I was like, hey, that's some cheap, shitty rum there. I could maybe make a punch with that. Because I sure wouldn't drink it straight. Because I shudder to think what it tastes like. Then I haven't seen it again. I mean, I was seriously, as soon as I saw it, I almost bought it then and there. I was just going, oh my God, $35 for 700 mils of rum. That's going to be bad. But I didn't. I didn't actually get it. So maybe another time. Okay. Trying to think what I'll do. Might do a little taste comparison of rums. Whiskies. I wasn't going to do rums. I was going to do whiskies. Because I got a new whiskey. Okay, so I get my little tasting shot glasses. Oh. That's not good. Right, you'll go in there. I'm just organising some things over here. Won't faff about too much. All right. What was AIDSy's reply? What's he saying? Okay. So AIDSy's hoping he will be better next week. Kind of like this. See, there's a hand holding my martini glass on my shirt. Okay, so gonna try some whiskey. I don't have room to put stuff. Okay, I've got to organize. I should move the blender thingy that I had here. Put this out of the way. That'll give me a bit of room. Because I ain't blending anything else. Ooh, unless I make a pina colada. God, now I got that in my head. Might make a crushed ice pina colada. How about that for an idea? Right, so I've got these. Actually, I'll get one more. Which one's this? Cape Byron Chardonnay cask. Okay, So, for recent purchases of Australian rums. Why do I keep saying rums when I mean whiskies? All right, so arranging my shot glasses. Chief Sons, which I got at Holy Water. Cape Byron, their first single malt whiskey, finished in Chardonnay casks, which I got through their website because I buy stuff through their website occasionally. Watkins whiskey from Queensland, which I got because it was on a big special at Dan's, like 45% off. About 40% off, I think it was. And Tiny Bear, local, who I like to support. Right. For Australian single malt whiskies. Okay. Actually, Tiny Bear might not be a single malt. They might have done a blend. Anyway, I'm going to start with Tiny Bear, who I just got. Oh man, it smells really good. What is that? It's like sweet and fruity. Oh, it's almost like stewed peaches. It's like you're cooking peaches with sugar. Just smells really good, actually. It's really fruity. It's almost like banana. It's a much fruitier taste than I'm used to with whiskies, quite honestly. Right. Palate cleanser. It's really pleasant. Okay. Watkins whiskey from Melbourne to Queensland. That's sort of butterscotchy cinnamon. This is much more what I expect whiskey to taste like. This is less fruity. It's still quite sweet, but it's like a butterscotch sweet. Tiny Bear one's like a fruit sweet. So they did call the cricket off. There you go. And it's snowing in the mountains. Well, that's a turn up for the books. Not unheard of, but rare. Right, so Cape Byron from the north coast of New South Wales. This is a real mix. So actually, well, two from Victoria, one from New South Wales, one from Queensland. That's a bit sharper on the nose. Actually, a little bit smoky. But it does have kind of fruit, almost like pear. This is me and my tasting notes. Can I be a whiskey wanker? What's that? See, I'm so bad with things. What's that? Very sweet again. It's like people who don't like whiskey would be whiskey sweet. You're a fucking weirdo. But they do taste sweet to me. Megaleech, how long should you leave the vodka? Oh, as long as you can. It's going to absorb more of the Sour Patch Kids the longer you leave it. At least a couple days, but if you can leave it a week or so. This one I feel like I can smell the barrel more. The oaky and sort of smoky from the barrel char. It is smelling more like a garden, this one. Like a... Well, I'm going to say compost, but I don't mean it smells like shit. It's like really fertile soil. Well, that's like raisins, and this one is a bit smokier than the others, and it's like darker flavors, brown sugar and raisins. My initial thought was, oh, that's more like a grown-up whiskey than the other ones. And they're all really good. So if you're looking forward to the cricket match, oh, that's too bad, man. I used to watch cricket all the time, probably because growing up in Dubbo, there's fuck all to do. So I just watched an enormous amount of TV. And in summer, that meant cricket. Right. I'm going to try them all on ice and decide which of these I like the most. A little bit of water and chill them a little bit. I like that tiny bear's even a little bit more astringent when it's got water in it. Oh, it's a bit more like ironbark honey. Yeah. Wow, the sweetness really sits on your tongue, though. All right. Watkins with some water and some chilling. Ooh, yum. It's like people always say, like, oh, but what does it taste like to you? Like, because I'm always stumbling over tasting notes. So what does it taste like to you? It's like, it tastes like something, but I can't place it. Hey, Kayla. I'm just doing whiskey tasting because it's a Friday night. Yes, it is a very wet year all of a sudden, Safa. Sydney keeps getting records for each month. Is this? Okay, Cape Byron. Man, they're all quite good, and they just got a really nice flavor that kind of sits on your tongue. So you're not just like getting like a hit of heat, alcohol, whiskey. It just kind of sits there, and they're just all really sweet. We're having the wettest year on record. That's what your mum said. Tell you what, that Chief's son is really fucking good. Oof, yeah. I think I know what I'm going to make. I'm going to make a version of a Boulevardier. Oh, yum. Oh, yeah, and a little bit of smoke late on the palate. Yeah. They're all really yummy. But like I was saying before, although it sounds like a funny thing to say, the Chief's son tastes most like a grown-up whiskey. I can taste the barrel. Put some bottle back here. All right. I need to get something from the next room.
We're just sitting here. One of us has a pigeon on their head.
There with a bird on the head.
Crazy boy. Crazy boy.
All right. Ugh. Someone in the next room with a pigeon on their head. That's not a metaphor. I don't mean a toy pigeon. I mean an actual live pigeon. This is the world we live in now. Keely, you love yummy drinks. What's your version of a yummy drink? Yes, take me like. ABC said it was the wettest. Your auntie said it was the wettest. You know, innuendo. I love it. All right. Now, let's get a cocktail recipe. Let's go for a Boulevard d'Hier cocktail. All right, vermouth. That's what I need, which will be in the fridge. Frigidage. Ooh. Oh, did I? Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. This thing. Right. Let me use this. My port and sweet vermouth mix. I'm being a bit radical and mixing this up 1 1/2, 3/4. Okay. Okay. Hey, Micro, how you doing, man? Nice to see you. Let's get this. It's an Australian alternative to Campari, which I got at Holywater a couple weeks ago. It's yummy. And he bought 3 bottles. This is one of them. Chief's son is the other. One of the others. What's happening in the land of the free, Micro? Put the whiskey in the glass, because that's how we like it. And finally, this one. All right. And we have Aussie cousin of a boulevardier. A walkabout. That's what I call this. A walkabout. Heine, is that? Your grandpa got you into cricket. Said you'd be asking how to. All right. He was telling you, and you had to take notes because he was going to quiz you. Ugh. Yeah, no, I get that, man. Don't want to work today. I completely understand the feeling. We have a public holiday. By we, I mean city of Melbourne and nowhere else. We have a public holiday on Tuesday for a horse race. We just had a public holiday for a football game. It all makes perfect sense. Oh man, that's good. Fucking yum. So your grandpa was into tough love at 8 years old, quizzing you on the cricket. Safa, does regional Victoria have? I thought regional Victoria had like show days. All right. How much of Victoria gets a public holiday for Melbourne Cup? Okay, public holiday across all Victoria unless alternate local holiday has been arranged by a non-metro council. There you go. I feel like they changed that. But you are, in fact, completely correct, Safa. So, yeah, I feel like they changed that because I think it was literally the opposite. Like, it was only a public holiday in Melbourne CBD and rural areas, not Melbourne CBD, Melbourne Metro, so suburbs included, and rural areas had their gazetted public holiday on another day. And I feel like that's flipped to everyone has Cup Day off unless the local council specifically wants the holiday on another day. So I feel like that's flipped to be almost the opposite of what it originally was. Asterisk, I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. But I feel like when it was first set up, the Cup Day holiday was specifically Melbourne Metro, and the regional areas had a gazetted holiday at different times in the year, usually on their show day, that type of thing. But yeah, now it's flipped to almost everyone has Cup Day holiday off. Yeah, see, Safa, yeah, when you were a kid, you had show day off. Yeah. It's just you get a set number of gazetted holidays. Oh, yeah. Yes, mental health, sick days. But also Monday, lots of people taking leave. It's a very implausible day to chuck a sickie, Monday, but lots of people taking a day of leave on Monday. I'm not, although I'll be working from home. Most Mondays, okay, only for the last 2 weeks. I decided to go into the office on Monday. Not going into the office this Monday. We'll be working from home. Oh, man, that's really good. Oh. See, I don't know if anyone's ever heard me have one of my rants on Campari, which an Italian bitter red aperitivo that's in a lot of real classic cocktails, and I fucking hate it. It's too bitter. This is I actually have another one as well, an Australian alternative. But this is an Australian alternative. They got most recently from St. Felix. It's their bitter citrus aperitivo. It's not as bitter as Campari. But I don't mind the little bits of bitterness. It's kind of like this drink's very, with the whiskey and the vermouth and the orange aperitivo, it's very sort of fruity and rich. And then really that you just get this little bit of bitterness. And I actually like the contrast. That's my favorite. My favorite thing about cocktails, good ones that taste like more than one thing. I mean, certainly in years past, I've been as bad as anyone with, just get me something that's fruity and sweet and I don't even taste the alcohol in it. I like to taste the alcohol in cocktails now, but I like it when it's more than one thing. So, and this one is really nice. There's like this is all alcohol. There's nothing in this that isn't alcohol. But there's no alcohol burn. The things are all working together. It's just fruity and just this little bit of bitterness. It's yummy. Safi, you didn't get a company cocktail because I didn't like it. Which one was that? Heidi ho, Nettie. Oh, Dr. Abigail, I cannot lie. I was actually marveling, like just in Dan's the other day, how many pre-made cocktails they have on the shelves now. So, yeah, I feel like if I was going to some big event, like I remember previously doing it with some friends at like White Night, buying a bottle of booze from Dan's and then having something non-alcoholic to mix it with. These days, I'd just get fucking pre-made. Or actually, these days, I'd probably pre-make my own cocktail and then put it in a really innocuous bottle. Like, you know, like this. Okay, so this one, which is my Sazerac, which is really dark. I'd put that in a cola bottle and it would just look like cola. Make something with make something with blue curacao and put it in a Powerade bottle. All these things to fool the man. So maybe she had a Telstra scam call. You told okay. I think you missed some words in there. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. But yes, but if I didn't go to the trouble of making my own pre-made drink to take out to an event, I would just go into one of the bottle shops because there's so many fucking pre-made cocktails in them these days. I would get one and drink it. Main thing is because I like my drinks really cold, and of course the stuff in the bottle shops is just on the shelf, so it's not cold. So I'd struggle a little bit with that. Oh, okay. You had a Telstra scammer. No, I honestly am not following what you're trying to say. Nettie loves garlic bread. I love garlic bread too. Garlic bread is good. Did I have garlic bread tonight? No, I almost had garlic bread tonight. When it was Nando's night, cheeky Nando's, and household takeaway night, like chicken and chips. And I was looking at their extras, and they did have garlic bread, and I almost got it. But they had these little cheesy bread things, and I got that instead. All in all, yummy. Chicken, chips, some cheesy bread. Nice. Not at all healthy, really. But, well, yeah, at least the chicken wasn't fried. The chicken was like barbecue chicken. So at least it wasn't fried with the crispy skin, which I love so much, but is, all oil and fat and is bad for you. So, but, the chips were fried and the cheesy bread is not exactly healthy. So, yeah. But that was pretty yum. Cheeky Nando's family takeaway night. Oh, Nettie, that was like the best. You can basically get that in the supermarket. I mean, I haven't got it for a while. I assume they still have it. But basically, Sizzler's cheesy toast. In the past, I've got that from the supermarket. It's like a really thick bread, and it's got this really thick cheesy butter thing on it, but only on one side. And I'd go to town. I'd do it on the other side as well. I'd butter it and put more cheese on that and then put it in a sandwich press. So, Megalit, you had a Telstra scammer, told her internet problems was from Big Booty Prawn. She put on a seductive voice. Oh, okay. So you said you were watching Big Booty Porn and she actually put on a seductive voice asking about your wife's butt and hung up. Okay, that's funny. That's someone in a scam call center just brightening up their own day. That is pretty goddamn funny. I like that. I say, okay, Nettie, just for you, I'm going to try and I have to admit, I haven't bought this for a while, so I don't know if they have it still. But it was like in the refrigerated section. And I don't even remember what it's called. So I've got like the Woolies thing. Cheese bread. I'm just putting cheese bread in because I can't think of anything else. The results for cheese bread. La Familia cheesy garlic bread. That's close, but not right. Pizzas. Cheese and bacon rolls. Puff pastry. Maybe they don't have it anymore, or maybe I just can't think. But it's like in the fridge. It would be in the same section where they had like pasta, and it's like if you find the bit of the fridge where they have garlic bread. It's either there or they don't have it. Yeah, I mean, now I think of it, I've not bought it in quite a while. So, I'm looking in Coles now. I'm just typing cheese bread into Coles. Cheese and bacon rolls, garlic bread. I mean, now I want some fucking garlic bread, quite honestly. Cheese and garlic baguette. Now, oh, look, either they don't have it anymore or I just forgot what it's called. But it was absolutely a thing that you could get at the supermarket. Black Metal Heart. It hasn't been Safeway for quite a few years. Nettie, you remember filling up in cheesy toast before going to see a movie at Warringah Mall in the 90s? Oh, yeah. I fucking loved the Sizzler cheesy bread. My favorite thing. And Justin, you have a double mail redirect because you've moved twice this year. Oh, it's funny because that's true. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. My memory is not what it used to be, Nettie. But I now kind of feel compelled, if I remember, next time I go to the supermarket, I mean, which will probably be as early as tomorrow, who knows? But when I go, I'm going to try and find this stuff that is essentially the Sizzler cheesy toast. And if I find it, I'll send you a picture. I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. Like I said, I haven't had it for a little while, but it's really fucking decadent. But it's really funny because it's on one side. You get like 4 slices in a packet, and it's this really thick, cheesy butter on one side. And like I said, because I'm a fucking madman, I would just go, you know what? I'm doing it both sides. And I'd butter the other side and like stick Parmesan cheese to it and put that in the sandwich breast. So, playing. Oh man, this smells so good because the sugar is drawing all the oils out of the skin. This is blood orange peel. And so when I smell that, it's just citrusy goodness. It smells so yummy. But absolutely covered this in sugar. Literally, it's like my recipe is you peel your citrus, then weigh the peel, and then cover it in twice that weight in sugar. And over a day or so, the peel will absolutely liquefy the sugar. So, Justin, your first job was Woolies in Brighton. I actually probably don't, because I don't shop over that way. And I know there's a Woolies in Brighton I go to, but it's new. Would not be where you worked. That's not that far away from where I live. I go over that way sometimes, but not to go to a supermarket, because there's like 6 supermarkets that are closer to me than the Brighton Woolies. So my first job was at McDonald's. And then I worked at KFC for a really short time, because that's the worst. And then I worked at Pizza Hut. So I worked at the big 3 takeaway places. And I will unreserve it. If you want my take, I will unreservedly say Pizza Hut was the best place to work, the best food, the best quality food, the most fresh ingredients. McDonald's was the middle. The food's not as healthy, not even really close to Pizza Hut. But KFC, I only lasted a couple of weeks there. Nightmare to work. And look, and again, because I am old, this was 30 years ago. Everything could be completely different at KFC now. Could be completely different at McDonald's now. Could be completely different at Pizza Hut now. But In the late 80s, early 90s, not even close. Pizza Hut was definitely best place to work, best quality food. McDonald's is in the middle. KFC was the fucking pits. Horrific place to work, and the quality of the food was much lower. Oh God, Nettie, you're spending money on Halloween decorations. I resisted. I particularly, I think it was in a Kmart. They had a near life-size skeleton that I was extremely tempted to get. I was going to hang it from a tree in the front yard. Very tempting. I did get a bunch of little treats because we actually get a lot of kids. A lot of kids coming the trick or treating. So I bought a bunch of stuff from the supermarket. And Safa, no, we did not get show day off in Dubbo when I was a kid. The show used to be on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we would go on the weekend. Big deal, the show. And I was and probably still remain a super fucking wuss with rides, particularly when I was young. I was a super wuss with rides. Then my first time in America, I actually went on some really out there roller coasters, like loop-de-loops and twists and upside downy shit. And there's all, well, there's no way I do that now. I think my joints would all pop out. If I went on some of those really hardcore roller coasters now, I think like my arms and legs would all just separate at the joints, and I'd just sort of be a inarticulate lump of jelly at the end. Black Metal Heart, you're getting paid to smoke cones at the back of Woolies as a trolley pusher. We call them trolley jockeys. My brother was a trolley jockey. We called that job trolley jockey. So Nettie, huge supply shop in Richmond. Dang, yeah, that would be really tempting. Justin, guy in the US created. Oh yeah, no, I've seen some stuff in the US. I love how into for Halloween people in the US get. I've been in the US in Halloween, and it was friggin' awesome. People get so into it, it's wild. I've seen a few things where people, because of complaints, had to tone down their Halloween decorations because it was freaking people out. It's Mega Leach, you love KFC, Big Vice. Had a left-handed promotion, $1 burger and popcorn chicken. Oofed. Well, I actually got, I mentioned this the other stream last weekend, driving around with young Mr. Hungry. He wanted to get KFC on his way to a party where I was dropping him off. And he said, oh yeah, they've got $10 buckets of popcorn chicken. So I got one too. And it's like fucking $10. It was amazing. And it's tasty. I really like it. I like trash. Safa, the US equivalent of our show is what they call a state fair. Oh, that's really weird, Megaleech. Those have those super deals, 1 p.m. but last for 10 minutes. That's really wild. Actually, Dubbo, where I grew up, has gotten famous for a couple of districts in the town that have really over-the-top Christmas light displays. Safa, have I now got you thinking get KFC in the next 40 minutes before it closes? I don't want to be held responsible for you getting junk, man. But, you know, yeah, whatevs. And the US state fairs have developed this weird thing of the most weird, extreme, fucked up fried food they can serve you. And I think they hit the worst you can get when they had fried butter. Literally, like, it's like a stick of butter, which they would freeze so it's really hard, and then dip it in batter, and then deep fry that and put it on a skewer. So you're walking around eating fried butter. That's just fucked. All right, so it's 10 minutes. They only 1,100 of each promo. That's pretty weird. That's all pretty weird. Justin, you had the crust pizza. That's not bad, actually, crust pizza. I've got a couple independent ones in my neighborhood that I like. So for hot dog food eating competitions, they're not limited to the US, but they seem natural in the US. Have you ever seen watermelon eating contests? They're fucking weird because people have these quarters of watermelon and they just sort of go wah, and it vanishes. And because the watermelon's 99% water, but they just do things like woof, and it's gone. And that's weird. But yeah, the hot dog eating competitions, the people can eat a freakish amount of hot dogs in those. I remember seeing on one of those clip shows, look at these wacky people. It was a chili pepper eating contest in Texas. And so they're eating like ghost peppers, like the really hot peppers. And all these people, and a lot of people, as they're biting it, they're really going, rah, rah. And there's this one dude, just like, I don't know, 50 year guy in his 50s or older, got a big old cowboy hat on, and he's absolutely expressionless. Everyone else is going, oh my God, this is so intense. And this guy's just, he's not trying to be fast, but he's just really resolutely eating these chilies with like no reaction to it. And you're watching everyone else freak out, and this guy's just a machine doing it. But then at a certain point, you just see sweat running down his head. And it's like, oh no, it's getting to him. It's getting to him. He's not showing, but he's sweating. And I was just like, he's not moving, but he's sweating from eating these fucking chilies. That's a big, Justin, that's actually a big thing in Japan, oddly shaped watermelons. If I'm remembering rightly, what they do is they essentially put a mold around the watermelon as it's growing, and the watermelon grows into the shape of the mold. Like simple things, they'll do cubes, but they'll do all sorts of weird shapes because as the watermelon grows and expands, it will fill the shape of the frame they've put around it. I could be wrong, but I think that's quite a thing in Japan. There's even a joke in The Simpsons about it. Homer's spending all his money to get a square watermelon. Okay. You know what? I'm going to try and be responsible. Wow, it's 9:30 already. Okay. I should drink something non-alcoholic, quite honestly. Gotta be strong. All right. What do we have in the Frigidaire? I won't have it in my spirit drink because I like to infuse some flavor. This one. Oh, no, wait. That's normal ginger ale? Just normal ginger ale? It is just normal dry ginger ale from Fever Tree. I'm going to have some of this. Safa, do the junk food places close at 10? That sounds about right. I think some are 24 hours or at least to midnight. But because I very rarely order from those places, I'm not sure. Also, not trying to act high and mighty or anything. Just stating a fact, I hardly ever order from those places. So I'm not very au fait with how late they stay open. All right. Fever Tree, ginger ale, I'm being responsible. Ooh, European curry ketchup. You ordered some from a specialty food place. Got a taste from Dutch friends. No, but it sounds fun. It's kind of like I like Japanese katsu curry. You get it from the Asian grocers, and it's actually solid. You get a big thing of it that you can break into squares, cubes, whatever the what, and makes a really tasty curry. Black Metal Heart, you know it. Currywurst sauce. There you go. Ugh. So you suffer if you drink alcohol, you can't drive. I don't know. Do you got a reason to drive somewhere? Or was that to go out and get some junk food? I don't know. Going out and getting junk food is probably healthier than drinking alcohol, to be honest. All right. Order now. Just for you. Okay, so I'm finding a KFC near me. Well, that's interesting. Menu log then just advertised next to the KFC some independent ones. Big Mama's fried chicken. That actually sounds kind of good. Okay, it doesn't say when they close. I'm looking at the wrong things. Fucking menu log. Fuck you, menu log. I hate you. I also hate Bing. Okay, KFC. Okay. Sorry, that thing that Megalith you were talking about on the KFC site. They go, no left-handed KFC left. Soz. All right. I'm just now obsessed with finding out how late. Okay. Local KFCs open till 11. Some are open to 10. Ooh, KFC St Kilda till 3 a.m. Ackland Street St Kilda. That's going to be seedy as fuck. Pran on Chapel Street KFC open till 5 a.m. Hot damn. I thought the fucking St Kilda one was going to be seedy at 3 a.m. Chapel Street's going to be seedy as fuck at 5 a.m. God damn. Oh, is that so? That's a super limited thing, Megaleech, that left-handed deals at KFC. Stuff for St Kilda can be dodgy. It's pretty tame, I reckon, but it's just anyone who's thinking at 3 a.m. I should go to KFC. They're in a bad headspace. That's really what I'm saying. Anyone who's in St Kilda at 3 a.m. thinking I'm going to go to KFC, they're in a bit of a bad headspace. So, but yeah, 5 a.m. on Chapel Street. Holy fuck. That's something else. Oh, Safa, Frankston is bad in a different way. St Kilda can be dodgy because of the people who go there. Frankston's dodgy because of the people who live there. So yeah, they're dodgy in different ways for different reasons. So, but I would not, as a rule, be wandering around either at 2 or 3 a.m. But I would much rather be at St Kilda and 2 or 3 a.m. than at Frankston at 2 or 3 a.m. Wandering around Frankston at that time, that feels like it's just asking for trouble, quite honestly. St Kilda, Safa, St Kilda was traditionally, sex workers, street workers. I have no idea to what degree that still happens because this shit all changes. And also, just because I don't go around wandering around the streets at night. I told this story ages ago. I haven't told it for a while, but it's a funny thing that happened. It's not quite right in St Kilda, but it was in one of the streets leading up to it. And it was sort of late peak hour, so 5:30, 6 o'clock. And I don't even remember the circumstances, but I was walking up this street and there's a lot of traffic. And I don't know, there was a young lady standing there and she had some sort of singlet thing on. And I wasn't really paying attention, and then something happened in my peripheral vision that my brain didn't really process, and it was like churning over in my head subconsciously as I took a few more steps, and then I went, "Wait a minute, is that what happened?" And so because this woman, she was looking for some trade, and with the singlet she had on, she sort of pulled it in there and flashed her boobs at the cars that were going past to make it clear why she was standing on the road. And because it was so weird and so unexpected, and I wasn't looking at her, I was just walking past her, it didn't really register. And it just like was in the back of my brain going, wow, that was the thing that just happened. And my conscious brain was going, what happened? And yeah, I took several steps before I went, oh, wait, she did this thing where she just flashed her boobs at the oncoming cars. Uh, what year? This was actually a long time ago. So this was more than 10 years ago. So it could be completely different now. Because we do have, there's legal brothels everywhere, but there's probably still street work as well. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How are you this evening? Look, you catch me at, I'm finally 1.5 hours in having a non-alcoholic beverage. So, but you missed. I did a taste comparison. I got one of the Tiny Bear whiskey releases this week, and it's yummy. I was just comparing a bunch of Australian whiskies I'd bought most recently. They're all yummy, and I ended up making like a version of a Boulevardier with Chief Sun. I've decided Chief Sun is a bit more of a grown-up whiskey than some of the others. It's a bit smokier. And yes, Nettie, that sums it up. My conscious brain was like, what? The subconscious was like, a thing just happened. A thing just happened. And it had to keep like tapping on my conscious brain and saying, oh, 2 full bottles of water. You are the health queen. Nice. Yes, saffron street work should be decriminalized because the people involved in sex work should be safe, basically. Because it's ridiculous to think you can make it not happen. All you can do is make it less safe and more prone to criminal activity. And I know horrible, gross Puritans will say that's a good thing, but those people are evil, nasty, and fucked up. Oh. So yes, Kirsten, I'm not being quite. Actually, I might have some water after. I just had some ginger ale. I thought, I've I just had a couple of alcohol drinks. I should drink something non-alcoholic. Okay, that would explain a bit, Kirsten. Chief Sun is Scotch style. The makers are Macintoshes. Okay, yeah, no, but even just side by side, like I did a side by side with Tiny Bear, the Queensland one that I only bought because it was on special at Dan's, but I really like it. And then the Cape Byron single malt. And they were all sort of sweet and fruity and really quite pleasant. And the Chief Sun is still sweet, but it was more this sort of raisin brown sugar. And it was really, I was picking up more of the barrel from the Chief Sun, like the oakiness and a bit of smoke from the char on the barrel. So I just thought, in comparison, the Chief Sun, in some ways it feels silly to say it, but the thought that popped into my head is the Chief Sun is more of a grown-up whiskey. Not that we should be giving kids whiskey, that's not what I mean. No, Zafra, I'm not drinking lemonade, I'm drinking ginger ale. FIFA Tree. Yeah, again. People I'd like to be sponsored by. Any of these quality mixes, actually, Fever Tree, Cappy, this one called again? The one I got into? Strange Love. Yeah, Strange Love are another Australian company that make good whiskies. Oh, okay. So, Kirsten, they do actually use a peated malt. Yeah, there's a definite smoke element in the Chief Son that wasn't in the other ones. Oh, there you go. See? This is why I feel like I learn having you about, Kirsten. Having someone who knows all this shiz. Right, this goes in recycling, and I'm gonna put some stuff away. Ugh. Oh, actually, okay, so that goes in the next room. This goes on the trolley. On the trolley. This goes back in the fridge. Oh man, I haven't even opened the Citrus Got Real. Okay. I've got like, in terms of what's I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I've got 5 sort of pre-made bottled things. 4 of which I pre-made. Freezer martini, 6. So I've got 6 pre-made bottled things. 5 of which I made myself. 1 is bought from the Bricks Rum Distillery in Sydney. Their citrusy thing, which they call Citrus Got Real, which I appreciate as a dad joke. Sorry, hiccups. But it's like 38% alcohol, but pouring straight from the bottle, it tastes like a cocktail. I mean, like, sure, you could put soda with it or whatever to lengthen it. When I pour it straight from the bottle, it just tastes like a cocktail, but it's like 38% alcohol. Super fucking dangerous. And I say I haven't opened the bottle. That's the second bottle because I got one and it was so good. And then it turns out they hadn't quite sold out because they just released that as a limited thing once a year. I thought, well, I'm getting another one then. And I haven't opened the second one. I didn't finish the first one. Yay! I'm definitely going to drink some water after this, okay? I'm just thinking like, okay, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark, but it's Friday night. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I'll try and pass it. Then after I drink some water, it's going to have been a lot of volume of liquid going into me. I'm probably going to have to go wee-wees. Ooh, but that will give me an excuse to play my most recent cocktail video, which I honestly think is probably the best one I've done. Mad scientist making a whiskey zombie for Halloween. I think it might be the best one I've done. So I'll drink some water, and then I will have to go wee-wees. So for my wee-wee break, I will play this video where I play both the mad scientist and Igor as we bring a whiskey zombie to life. It's just super silly, but in the sort of silly that I like. So that's what we have. That seems like a deal. And then I just have to decide, okay, if I've been responsible and been drinking non-alcoholic stuff for about an hour, what alcoholic thing would I drink next? One of my pre-made things? Or will I mix another drink? Yes, for apparently Musk bought Twitter. Honestly, so what? I kind of like that it's an extremely bad business idea, and in a perfect world, it would destroy him as a business person. Oh, Black Metal Heart, you off? Thanks for dropping by, man. And yes, hopefully AZ does feel better. He is feeling shit now, but when I said I probably won't be doing another live stream before Tuesday at the earliest, he's more hopeful he'll be feeling better by then, because he sure isn't feeling very good tonight. So Yeah, I think he's keen to come on and say hello, but he just absolutely wasn't up for it tonight. Yes, I saw that's like Musk bringing the kitchen sink to work. He thinks he's funny. He's a fuckwit. Musk is a fuckwit, honestly. Born into wealth, gave him enough wealth to fuck around and buy other people's ideas, and then just continually tell people he's a genius and have slavish fucking media hacks repeat his and bullshit to the point where Musk clearly believes his own bullshit. But honestly, he's not a smart man. He is not. He's absolutely deluded. He has a very, very poor grasp of reality. He has an almost pathological need for affirmation. It's why he panders to right-wing fuckheads on the internet, because if they get pandered to, then they say good things to him, and he's so desperate for positive affirmation, he just panders to the lowest of the low. And so if Musk doesn't want to get rid of Twitter bots, Musk is a liar. Basically, anything Musk says is somewhere on a spectrum of meaningless to deliberate lie. There's never anything of meaning or importance that comes out of him. He is just a ridiculous fucking shell of a human who's, like I said, exploited inherited wealth from apartheid slave labor to create an absolutely fabricated version of himself. Okay, he's just fucked. The only thing worse than Trump, sorry, a Freudian slip. The only thing worse than Musk are his fucking fanboys. It's embarrassing to watch people fawn over him, and they think they're intelligent. And they think they're intelligent because they fawn over him. It's like that they are so lacking in self-awareness or critical assessment capabilities. They think slavishly idolizing Musk is evidence that they're smart. Did Musk get tried in South Africa? No, he didn't. His family didn't do anything illegal. The apartheid emerald mine they made all their wealth from was completely legal. There was nothing to try them for. And he was only a kid when it was happening anyway. So, yes. I was certainly not saying he did anything criminal. I was just saying he inherited wealth that was gained very immorally, and he's just spent the subsequent decades buying other people's ideas, lying about them being his, and creating this absolutely false narrative that he's a genius. And he just fucking isn't. And tech media is just the fucking worst. They just reprint the press releases of tech companies and pretend that's journalism, which again, the traditional media does that as well. But the tech media have this ridiculous thing where they lie to themselves about how smart they are. Right. What? Because I'm a good boy. Also, I've been drinking quite strong drinks, which I think is probably kind of impregnated my tongue, so I'll get a nice flavour out of the water. Also, I'm going to top up the water reservoir in the fridge. for more chilled water, 'cause it's nice to have chilled filtered water. So I've got to do that. Ooh, actually, the reservoir is quite low. Let's top that up. But that's still not much more than half full. All right, I'm gonna have to do it again. Don't want the water reservoir to run out. Right, let me get a bit more water over here. All right, get that water filter action happening. All right. All right. Whew. Oh, Nettie. Did the Musk family free South Africa? Oh, yeah, you're talking about, sorry, Nettie, you're talking about something else. That, yes, Musk sacking some executives. And honestly, I have no idea if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm no fan of the people who run Twitter prior to Musk, quite honestly. So, Zaf, no, I didn't dye my hair again. It's just fading. You can see the grey coming in here already. When it grows out a bit more, it's probably going to look really silly. So I'm going to want to get rid of the color. I'm not going to re-dye it this color. I did it just because I was bored, and I don't want to. I've already decided I don't want to do it again. I'll go back to grey. So what I will probably do is bleach the color out of my hair. This probably won't happen for a couple of weeks or even months. So I'll bleach the color out of my hair, then I'll color my hair grey. So then when the grey regrowth comes through, it kind of matches. But I will probably look very funny when I bleach the color out. Like it'll probably be like yellow. And so I pledge to you now, if and when I bleach my hair and it goes a funny yellow or orange, I will do at least one live stream with my bleached hair before I dye it grey. I've already checked out the grey dye thing. They look like some decent grey dyes I can get in the supermarket. So when this grows out a bit, and like basically if I have a stripe here at the part, or really bits, I feel like it's probably going to look. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I won't bleach it. Maybe I'll like how it looks as it grows out. But I suspect I'm going to think it looks silly, and I'll just want to get rid of the color. So I'll bleach it and then dye it grey. But yes, as I said, I know I repeat myself often. My pledge to you, if I bleach my hair and it looks really silly, like it's yellow, orange, whatever, I'll do at least one live stream with the weird hair so you can see it. And then I'll dye it grey, which will hopefully look natural. So, but it's fun, I've been dyeing my hair since my 20s, and COVID just made me go, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to dye it anymore. Also, I'm not going to cut it anymore. I'm just going to grow it out. And then after like 2.5 years of growing it, I was just like, and not dyeing it, I was like, I want to dye my hair in a wacky purple color and see what goes. And it was like, okay, that was a fun experiment. But I now know I don't want to dye my hair. I actually prefer it grey. So sometime in the next couple months, I'll be grey again. Completely dependent on how it grows out and what it looks like as it grows out. Because if I just left it and didn't bleach it or re-dye it grey, it would take more than a year for this purpley red to completely go away. So honey, you have some dye? specifically works on grey. Good for you. Two-tone grey brown. Yeah, no, I've found what was interesting. The brand I found in the supermarket that works best for my hair is also one of the cheapest brands in the supermarket. So go me. But yeah, and for that particular brand, I'd used some browns over the years, and yeah, this color they call rosewood violet, and I had used that in my hair over the years when it was short. It was been interesting to see what it looked like when my hair was long, dyeing it. Short answer is weird. It looked weird. It took quite a while for me to adjust to it. Like, seriously, the whole first week of dyeing my hair this color, every time I looked in the mirror, so that just looks fucking weird. That is so fake. That is so fucking weird. And I think after a week, I'd washed it 2 or 3 times. It toned down a little bit. And it's a combination of, I think it had toned down a little bit, but I'd also had a week to get used to it. And I was like, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so Heine, you got a cheap one. You use Schwarzkopf. My cheap brand that works for me, Napro Palette. Here we are. We are now a lifestyle stream. I'm a health and well-being influencer now. Like, yeah. I find Napro Palette works for my hair, but I do actually. And this was through experimentation, because over the last certainly 10 or 15 years, I would find some wacky colors, and I think I want to dye my hair the wacky color, and my hair didn't hold it at all. But then I found this one brand where it worked. My hair held the color, and it was weird that it was one of the cheapest one. Safa, Mrs. Angry likes it. She agreed when I first did it. It was quite weird and different. She's also on board with me going back to grey. So, in fact, I also inspired her because she coloured her hair. And because I was just like, yeah, I'm going natural, man. She decided to as well. But again, she occasionally colours her hair. And she sometimes puts a different purple in her hair. What's fun is when she's dyed her hair, like with this purple, and we go out, young women always compliment her. And I think it's, oh yeah, we're talking about, yeah, you get complimented by young women when you color your hair. And I think it's a whole thing with young women going, oh, what's it going to be like as time goes by and whatnot? And they go, well, here's a cool, stylish, older than me woman, and she's got this wild color in her hair, and that makes me feel good. That's a thing, like I can still do it, in years to come. But it's a legit thing. It happened at Holy Water when we were out the other week. You got complimented. So yeah, Mrs. Angry always gets complimented when she colors her hair, and I think a large part of it is it makes these younger women feel confident. It's like, yeah, no, you know what? I can do it now. I can do it later, and it's all good because here's someone, and she looks really good doing it. So I can be into it. So, but yeah, I do find it. I find it quite interesting because it's happened heaps of times. Mrs. Angry gets compliments from younger women, and I'm not saying she's the role model, but she is. She's the role model for younger women. Oh yes, Kirsten, you tell people your real age because the pink hair throws people, and because you put vibrant colors in your hair. So yes, it's a whole fun thing. But I went out last night. So there was a thing. I actually went to the office. There was this YouTube thing after work, which was in Carlton, and I went to that, and that was pretty good. And I couldn't help it. I was like, you know what, I'm going back through the city on my way home. I'm gonna stop. Sorry, someone with a pigeon on their head in the house.
I guess then they can see the reflection.
Let me see if I move my head. No, they'd have to have. I mean, you are there in the reflection, but yeah. Oh, yeah, there you are. There's pigeon on head. In the... It's a pigeon rescue house now. Yes. Nettie, yeah, youthful colours in hair make you younger. It gives off a younger vibe, yeah. But anyway, yes. So last night, went out in Carlton, and they came back through the city, and I go, you know what? I can't resist going through the city and going to find a bar. And I determined to find one that I'd never been to before. And there was one that had got a few write-ups, which is actually not far from where I work. It's called the Caretaker's Cottage, because that's literally what it is. There's an old church on Lonsdale Street. There's a big redevelopment happening next to it, but the church has been preserved, and some of the older buildings behind it have been converted. Like there's one that used to be a residence, which is now a cafe. They call it the Manse. Oh, excuse me. And then there's a smaller one that was literally Caretaker's Cottage, which is now a funky bar, which they call the Caretaker's Cottage. And I went in there, and nice thing, it was a little bit loud, like they have turntables playing vinyl and whatnot. It was a little bit loud, but I was fine with it. The bar staff were very, very nice, great drinks. But I was wearing one of my cocktail shirts. You all might remember, it's the green one that has cartoony like cocktail shakers and whatnot. You know, it's like happy faces on the cocktail shaker and the martini glass. Oh, I got this, Kirsten. I got their martini. They have a frozen martini. It's like they freeze this martini down to like -14 or something, and then they keep it in a vacuum sealed thing. They have their own house vermouth in it. And I got that, and that was fucking killer. And then I had a daiquiri because a guy next to me got a daiquiri and talked about how good it was. And then I wasn't going to have that many drinks, but then I was like, I'm really enjoying it here. And I just said to the bartender, I was like, okay, I like really boozy drinks, you know, your old fashioned, Sazerac, Vieux Carré. And he just went, gotcha. And he made me something that I think was rye whiskey and might be Punta Mez, like a rather robust vermouth and maraschino liqueur. Fuck me, it was good. It was really good. So I quite like that venue now. But I had people complimenting me on my cocktail shirt all night at the YouTube thing and also at Caretaker's Cottage. The bar staff liked it. Other customers were like, that's a cool shirt. So it's like, yeah, I'm wearing weird shirts because that's me. That's my personality now. I'm flamboyant shirt. Even like, because I've started going to the office 2 or even 3 days a week, and people are really getting into me wearing the bright flamboyant shirts in the office rather than wearing boring shirts. So yes, I've promised people it will be an ongoing fashion parade because I have a lot, and I ordered about 10 more of them this week. So I'm quite looking forward to them arriving. They usually take a while. They've got to come from this fucking factory in China. Yes, so it's probably people working 18-hour days for the equivalent of 50 cents a day. So I am the evil beneficiary of late-stage capitalism there. But anyway, and these were all on sale. But yeah, some really nice designs. And they're all on special. So like they were like 10 or 12 bucks a shirt. So it'll probably take a couple weeks for them to arrive, at least another 2 or 3 weeks. But see, Safi, you're surprised workplace we wear them? I kind of am. I had to ask. I said, is there like a dress code if I start wearing these really flamboyant shirts? Is that going to be an issue? And everyone's going, yeah, no, fuck it. And so I started wearing them in, and like everyone at work is going, yeah, you're not wearing boring shit. Yeah. It's like, woo, public service. Yeah. Safa, your stepdad's a South Scratch. We might be the same generation, man. I always buy shit on special. But I mean, like, you'll have seen the shirts because I think it's been 6 months since I bought any new shirts. And I was like, that's it. Okay, that's it. I won't buy any more. That's the truth. But I did. After being strong for 6 months, I bought quite a few new shirts. Okay, so stepdad's older than me. Yeah, Kirsten, that's the thing. No one cares anymore. Like dress codes and shit. So long as you're not doing something actually offensive, no one cares. So I'm actually brightening people's days by wearing flamboyant shirts. So it's probably going to be at least 2 or 3 weeks till I get the new shirts. But I will make a big thing of wearing them on streams and saying, new shirt, check out my new shirt. And because they're in quite a few different styles. Yeah, again, all cocktail themed. Several of them have cats on them. Not all of them. I think like 3 of them. I think 3 of them have cats on them. Which is another just weird thing with these styles. The number of them that have cats on them is very interesting. I know. See, that's the thing. Safa in Melbourne wearing colour. What? Because everything in Melbourne's like shades of grey and black. And I'm very much that sort of person myself. But lockdown changed me. I wear colourful, flamboyant shirts now. Because that was one of the ways to fucking stay sane during lockdowns. 2020 and 2021, those fucked times. One of the ways to stay sane was buying flamboyant shirts. The other way to stay sane, buying booze. Hot damn. Like I was even just counting that I have more bottles than I realized. Kirsten, you're still wearing black. Well, that's all good. You do you. Safa, Sydney hardly has any light rail, but I don't think they have hook turns, but I have no fucking idea how the light rail works in Sydney. But yes. So the old joke about, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm supporting small business. That's only half a joke because I do, buy stuff to support local. Like it's kind of like with gins, I only buy Australian gins because they're so much better than gins from everywhere else. I can't even wrap my head around why I would buy a gin from anywhere outside of Australia. So all my gins are Australian. About 80% of my whiskies are Australian. And half my rums are Australian. The other half come from various parts of the Caribbean. My liqueurs are probably half Australian. So I think it is a good spot. So you can get my little... Oh, that's just flaring out, isn't it? There you go. We appreciate your support, Andrew. Damo from Tiny Bear. All right, so Kirsten's saying no hook turns in Sydney as far as yeah, I think that's a very Melbourne thing. It's people out. My collection of personal notes from Australian distillers is under a pile of things there. I think I kept them because it was kind of fun how many handwritten notes I have from Australian distillers. This isn't handwritten. Oh, this is the postcards. It goes something like Archie Rose postcard. Never Never postcard. Oh, Packed with Care by Natasha at Archie Rose. Gospel postcard. Another gospel postcard. Another Archie Rose postcard. Those aren't the personalized ones, though. I think they're at the bottom. My personalized ones. Oh yeah, a Great Ocean Road Gin postcard. I think that came from Holy Water. But I collected so much. Oh yeah, my shit from Bakery Hill postcard. Bricks rum postcard. I think that's Bakery Hill again, isn't it? Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to they're moving from Bayswater to a Melbourne suburb. So yeah, when they move to Melbourne or the suburbs, I'm definitely going to go and visit, do a tasting. So I feel like Melbourne bakeries are also pretty good, and there's a whole spectrum of them as well, covering different things. Oh, is Mimsy going to come and say hello? Did Mrs. Angry go to bed and close the door on you, Mimsy? So you're going to come on, come up here, come up here. Yeah, come on. I'll just so your fans can see you. Come on, you silly cat. She's also pretty excited because we got like a whole barbecue chicken from Nando's tonight, so we gave her the bones to chew on. She was pretty excited by that. Yes. Look, honestly, patting Mimsy like this is quite unpleasant because she's so skinny. I just feel all the bones, like its spine and her hips. Oh no, she's jumped on my lap. Oh yeah, Safra, I knew about that. The Flinders Street station in the ballroom where people were never allowed to go. There's an art exhibition by that artist Roan. Yeah, Heidi, she's not meowing. She's being pretty quiet. She's being sooky. She's still on my lap. She's out of camera shot now. But she's just sitting there. I don't know what the fuck she's doing. So you think Mimsy has a big head like me? She doesn't have a head anywhere near as big as mine. I have a ridiculously large head. No, she just wants some comfort because Mrs. Angry was watching TV with her son. They're watching a British crime show, Vera, where the lead character is a like middle-aged woman police detective. It's a good show, actually. Mimsy is very happy when they sit on the lounge because she gets to sit either next to or on someone's lap, and that makes her very happy. But now everyone's gone to bed, and so she's like, "Oh, and I got shut out. Mrs. Angry's closed the bedroom door, so she won't hear my noise." Ooh. Oh, sorry. Kirsten, for a moment, I thought you were talking about making a drink, but then I remembered you name your cat Gimlet. Yes. No, Safa, that's how you can tell me in a crowd. When you approach a crowd, it's like, oh, that guy with the massive bonce, that must be angry. Sorry, just gonna adjust my camera just like Mimsy's just here. And she's just pretty happy sitting on my lap and getting pats. Sookie cat. Such a sookie cat. Right. Ridiculous animal, honestly. She is a ridiculous animal. What are you doing, Mimsy? I'm still drinking water because I'm a responsible adult. But we're past 10. There you go. She's going to go. Going to go back up here, or are you going to sit on the lower one? You're going to sit on the lower one. That's okay. It's a bit more stable than sitting on my thigh anyway. Everyone can still see you anyway. There you go. Ah, so you actually did have a gimlet earlier, which is a nice idea. Actually, I feel like I haven't made a gimlet in a while. Oh yeah, no, you picked a good bar when you were here just for convenience, Safa. Ooh, your new straight dry gin, delicious. I tell you what, I am definitely going to try because for those who don't know, Archie Rose has recently released, I don't know what you call it, like an entry level gin and an entry level vodka. So it's cheaper than most of the gins, and they are bringing out an entry level whiskey next year it's about a third cheaper than their single malts. I'm definitely going to try that. I I have enough gins. I don't need to buy that new one he brought out, and I basically just don't buy vodka. But I am, yeah, okay. That's I'm glad I was using an appropriate term. But yeah, what's the? If I remember from the email I got, the whiskey is going to be called Double Malt. That's it. Fundamental spirits. Just trying to get people into Australian spirits, which I applaud definitely. So yeah, I didn't get the gin, and I just don't get vodkas. I am definitely going to try the whiskey when it comes out next year. I'll have to empty some bottles to justify and get some space on the fucking trolley. I've fallen back into that buying more than I'm drinking thing. Oh my God, speaking of drinking, um, uh, viewing nights with Mrs. Angry, we started watching the old Robbie Coltrane crime series Cracker, which is like from the early 90s. So like a 30-year-old series. So yeah, it's like square, not widescreen. And it was on Foxtel again. They were highlighting it because Robbie Coltrane just died recently. Also, I noted they have a couple of Cracker movies, but I want to watch the show first, rewatch it. And what was fascinating to me watching the first episode, an enormous amount of time was dedicated to making it really clear the lead character, Robbie Coltrane's character, Fitz, is a fucking piece of shit. Like, he's rude and horrible and alcoholic and addicted to gambling. He's a piece of shit. But he's brilliant. But he's a piece of shit. Like, I was fascinated with how far they went with, like, this guy is just fucked. But I'm going to enjoy watching, I think. And Safa, yes, you should watch Andor. I think Andor is very good. Again, because I think Rogue One is the best Star Wars movie out of all of them, not just the new ones. It's the best Star Wars movie. And Andor is a prequel to Rogue One, and it's made by the same people. And to me, it's really interesting, this world building of who were the people who decided, no, actually, the Empire is really fucked, and we have to find a way to fight back against them. And because what I liked about Rogue One is because it wasn't so much the hero's journey that all the other Star Wars movies were. This was the trench level people in the war, because that's the thing. The rebellion is a war, and it's not all the noble bloodlines and the Jedi. There's all these people who are in the fucking mud doing the nasty shit to move a war forward. And that's why I like it. Nettie, doing anything special for Halloween? Big question. I'm not. I'm just having... It's reasonably big with kids in this neighborhood. Obviously not for the last 2 years because of COVID, but I'm expecting a lot of them. So I got a shit ton of stuff from the supermarket to hand out to kids. I'm assuming there'll be a lot of them on Monday night. So I got a whole bunch of stuff from the supermarket. So hopefully they do it. In fact, sounds like it's raining again. So eating lollies by yourself is a good option, honestly. Oh, nice, Dr. Abigail. Well, it's nice that you had a friend over. Good to see you again. I'm drinking water because I'm a responsible individual. Because I drank this huge glass of water and some ginger ale, I'm going to have to go wee-wees. And that is also going to be my excuse to make myself another drink. Oh, nice. Nettie, you're doing stuff for family of girls and you're building right into it. Nice. See, Safa, water is good. It also helps because I'd been drinking some really strong flavored drinks. So it was like this residual sort of flavor in my tongue, and the water kind of washed it off. So it gave the water a really interesting flavor, basically, which was nice. So yeah, it's like, so I guess it was 3 years ago, the last time there was a big Halloween here, but a lot of kids came. Like I was surprised how many kids came to the door. I got caught short. I hope I've got enough stuff. And I sort of feel slightly guilty. I was like, I've just got the bags of the mini things. I'm going to only take one, you little bastard. I think I'm going to have my gorilla thing on. I'm just going to wear my gorilla mask and gorilla hands and have a bowling. Take one. But yeah. Dr. Abigail, you have an American friend who gets into Halloween and the kids in the area figured it out. Yeah, that's the person to go to. Yeah. Honestly, Nettie, I was kind of surprised because you've been in my neighborhood. I thought my neighborhood was all old people, like really old people, but a really surprising number of kids. Like they come in groups with parents and whatnot, and they range from littlies to younger teenagers. But yeah, we had dozens come the last time there was a pre-COVID Halloween. So I was in the supermarket. They had those bags of the multi mini things for half price. So I got a fucking bunch of them. So I hope kids come around because I don't want to have that much chocolate in the house. I'm hoping to give away all the chocolate. I'm hoping there's not too many kids come because it's like, sorry, you're too fucking late and I am out of the treats. And you shall not do a trick or I will fuck your shit up. Because we don't play. Okay, what are we doing? I need to take a toilet break. What is this? All right. Sorry. I kind of belatedly realized what I was doing. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So I'm going to do my most recent one. Safa, when was the last time I had apple cider? Last night. When I went to the YouTube thingy at the bar I was at. It wasn't like cocktail sort of bar. I had cider at the bar just last night. Right. So going to go. Okay, we're going to share screen. Okay. So I don't need to be on here because I'm going to go for wee breaks. Oh, wait. Shit. I think I forgot to do add audio. I just want to be super careful. See if I get it. Share the audio. Okay. Take two. Okay, so that's there. So I'm going to full screen it. And this is, it's 5 minutes. I'm going to take a wee break and let this play.
The time is right. It's Halloween. Tonight, I will create a zombie, Igor. It's Igor. What? My name is pronounced Igor. That's a Mel Brooks bit. We're not touching it. We're just making a zombie. Is everything prepared, Igor? Yes, Master. The rums are ready. Oh no, Igor. That would be too easy. For tonight, we make a whiskey zombie! Master, you can't! It's against the laws of nature! It's madness! Madness? You sound like those fools at the academy. When I said Campari was as gross as sweat from the devil's butt crack, they said I was mad. When I made a porn star martini with tequila, they said it was against nature. And they wanted to arrest me when I won the annual Halloween decorating contest. Were they jealous, Master? Oh, very much so, Igor. It was all going fine up until the dean realized one of my props was wearing the dress he buried his wife in. Of course I dug up corpses from the local cemetery. I wanted it to look realistic. Anyway, I was planning to leave the academy even before they threw me out. But none of that matters tonight. Tonight, those fools will see the mistake they made when they scorned me. Tonight, we bring to life a whiskey zombie! How is it even possible, Master? Well, we will draw inspiration from a traditional zombie recipe. Now, that calls for an ounce of an overproof rum. So, here. Take this bottle of Upshot cask strength whiskey. It's 64% alcohol by volume, rather overproof, and we're going to put 1 ounce of that into a shaker. Next, the traditional recipe calls for a lighter rum, so we're going to go with a lighter whiskey, twofold from Starwood Distillery, and we're going to add 1.5 ounces or 45 mils to our shaker. The traditional recipe also calls for 2/3 of an ounce of an aged overproof whiskey. So we're going to use Bakery Hill's Blunderbuss. It's 58% alcohol, aged for 8 years. We're going to add 2/3 of an ounce or 20 mils to our shaker. The rest of the ingredients would be the same as if it was a rum zombie. So we're going to add 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of falernum to our shaker. We'll also be adding just a dash of absinthe, but careful with this, Igor. It's very potent. Even small amounts can end up dominating a drink, so just a dash. Then we're going to add 30 mils, 1 ounce of pineapple juice. Follow that with 2/3 of an ounce or 20 mils of lime juice. And even more juice. We add 1/3 of an ounce or 10 mils of grapefruit juice. Now, you must add ice and shake, Igor. Shake vigorously. Shake with 40,000 volts running through your body! Is that the metaphor? And we have the perfect receptacle for our demonic beverage. And I filled it with ice, but ice crushed like the bones of my enemy. And after we pour the drink, to round things off with a Halloween touch, we drizzle on a spoonful of grenadine. And there we have the creation that those fools at the academy were too scared to even contemplate. The whiskey zombie! But Master, you were so obsessed with whether you could create it, you never chose to consider if you should. Of course I should have. Oh, the dark arts have come together to meld a beverage of complex and pleasing flavors, as well as incredible potency. Seriously, if you were to try this, drink it slowly. You don't want to end up the zombie. This is pretty damn strong. But there it is, viewers. That is your Halloween challenge. Try the whiskey zombie. If you dare!
Wait, why is my microphone not working? Is my microphone working now? Stupid microphone. Honestly. Yeah, no, that was honestly probably I feel like that's like the best video I've done on my cocktail channel. Hey Rays, what's up? So I think I'm back now. This bloody microphone playing. I'm having a martini. Sorry. Oh. Microphones. Well, thank you for the positive words about the video. Oh, honestly, how good would it be to have been the bad guy in Rogue One? Fucking Mendo, Ben Mendelsohn. He's so good in Rogue One, and I love that they let him just use his Australian accent because, of course, there are Australian accents in space. Fucking Mendo, fucking. Oh, Jesus, Safa, do you remember that story? Are you just throwing that in there, or do you remember the story of when I wanted to be an actor? And the closest I got to a good role, I had an audition for a film that went quite well. But it's kind of like the two major roles that I didn't get went to Ben Mendelsohn and Russell Crowe. Yeah, so Safi, you remember the story. Good on you. Abigail, no Aussie accents in Star Trek. Because there's Aussie accents in Battlestar Galactica. So the film was called Spotswood. It was set in a shoe manufacturing factory in the Melbourne suburb of Spotswood in about the 60s. I think it was set in the 1960s. Anthony Hopkins was in it. Man, that would have fucking kicked ass to be in a film with Anthony Hopkins. Yeah, no, I got that you were fucking with me, Abigail, which I liked. Ray's used to live in Spotswood. Yeah. Yeah, the film was just called Spotswood. It's just a cute little comedy. But I auditioned for it, and the audition went really well. And yeah, the two main roles that I was in contention for, it's like you can't feel bad if you get beaten out by Ben Mendelsohn and Russell Crowe, quite honestly. There was another role that would have been good, and the guy who got it, you never heard from him again. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Dr. Abigail, who the fuck knows? I mean, I think all the really horrible people who may still be on Twitter, I've blocked so I don't see. But I have to admit, all those people who'd been wanting, like, I'm going to leave Twitter because Elon Musk's. Even I'm going, shut the fuck up, you self-important drama queen. No, Suffer, I never auditioned for Mad Max. I mean, was the last Mad Max movie that came out in my youth was Thunderdome. When did that come out? Mad Max Beyond 1985. Okay, I was still in high school, so I wasn't even trying to get cast in things until like 5 years after that. So I guess the two things I came closest to getting, like my two best auditions, were for the movie Spotswood, and literally it was for Home and Away. I actually went for a Home and Away audition, the guy, and the audition went really well, and they liked me. But the guy who ended up getting cast was like 6'2" and square jawed, and I was like, yeah, well, that's why he got cast, not me, because he was taller and better looking than me. I did a good audition, but there was a guy who was 6 inches taller and better looking, so he got the role. That's fine. I'm not sure I ever would have really wanted to be on Home and Away, but anyway. Oh, I see what's going there. Kirsten wants snacks. Dr. Abigail has snacks. Ooh, funny you should say that, Dr. Abigail. I got someone talking about that to me as well. See, I think Megaleech, he did not have an abnormally large head. I think I had that going for me. Okay, so Safa, the movie Spotswood, I'll find a link for you, bro. Because you're my bro. Okay, I'll look Spotswood movie. That's it. Oh, apparently in America it was called The Efficiency Expert because no one's heard of Spotswood. All right. All right, so this is the link for the movie I was talking about. It's quite a fun little movie. It's basically a very light comedy about a family-owned shoemaking factory in Spotswood that's maybe going under, and this efficiency expert gets brought in. And, it's just from one of those fucking gross companies that want to shut a company down and strip it for parts. But it's quite good. Really good cast. And honestly, it would have fucking killed to be in it. It would have been fucking awesome. It's funny, my one chance to actually be on screen wasn't a speaking role, but I got paid a decent amount to spend a day shooting to be a featured extra on a sort of faux documentary about private investigators. They were talking to real private investigators, but they dramatized all the scenes in it. And the thing I was doing, I was dramatizing being someone who was not completely faking, but overstating their injury from a road accident. And I was going to be found out. Spent half a day shooting, and I got a few $100s for half a day's work. When I was 21, that was a fuck ton of money. And then I never heard anything, and I was with a friend one night in Glebe, the Valhalla Cinema, and I saw the thing that was showing, and I actually went, that's the fucking film I'm in. We should go and see it. And he said, yeah, okay. We saw it, and it wasn't bad. I wasn't in it. They ended up not using the scene I shot. So it was quite embarrassing, and my friend gave me a bit of a hard time. He's good-natured, but he gave me a bit of a hard time that I thought I was in it, and I wasn't. So they literally didn't use the scene I was in. There was a whole bunch of different investigator stuff. So Kirsten, you would definitely go to Abigail's for snacks if the planes were still running. Right. Oh, Laura. Shit, sorry. Laura, a whole bunch of things went past. I didn't see you say hello. Hello, Laura. Cheers to you. Martini shirt. I'm having a martini. Had to have a martini because I was wearing this shirt. But yes. So yeah, that was my closest to actually being on screen, was being a featured extra in this film. They shot the stuff. They paid me. I forget how much, but it was a couple $100 for half a day's work. And I was unemployed at the time. So a couple $100 for half a day was fucking awesome. But then they didn't use it. So that's Mike from Monsters Inc. You're in it, but there's something over your face. Yeah. Oh gosh, Kirsten, you found chips, but you want sweet treats. Laura, you haven't been around. Model making, sleeping. Look, we are in extremely different and frankly incompatible time zones, Laura. So you don't need to apologize. I like the fact that you've been doing stuff that you enjoy, model making and sleeping. Honestly, both good things. Both good things. And yes, as Safa put it, your country's been a class. How have you been feeling, Laura, being a not Tory, but watching the Tories just fuck everything? How has that felt, honestly? Ooh, oh, Heidi, you may be in a movie doing an epic cigarette draw. I want to know, dude. I want to know. Oh, Abigail, you've got something, everything. Plain chips, double choc Tim Tams. I mean, like, I do have a big bag of Halloween treats that are intended for kiddies. You come around trick-or-treating. What are you doing, Mimsy? Yep. Mimsy's just being weird. She's sitting down around my feet. Now you're going to come up. What are you doing? You're going to come up and say hello? No? You're just going to go down there, be a weirdo. Are you? Or are you going to come up? You're going to come up? I think she's going to come up. Oh, she's just there. Just out of shot. So, Laura, you think, because I guess it's mornings for you, like broadly speaking, reasonable morning times for you when I'm streaming. It's the Americans for whom it's a very weird time. I like that, Megalith. You saw it as double chook Tim Tams. Could be. Dr. Abigail, I assumed what Heine's saying is like taking a drag on a cigarette. What are you doing? Mimsy's. Now she's going to come. No. Okay, Mimsy's just being weird. Mimsy's being weird. She's staying out of camera shot. And she's sitting on... Well, it's not my lap because my legs aren't together. This Mimsy. She's here. She's really here. You're a fucking weirdo, Mimsy. In a different way, I've said this before, but Shadow is fucking weird in a different way. Like, she will take to, particularly on like TV viewing nights when I'm sitting with Mrs. Angry, Mimsy will be sitting on the lounge really happily just sitting there, but Shadow will run up and jump up, and she'll jump on me, and she'll meow really insistently, and she wants me to rub her and pat her, rub her side, rub her tummy, and she won't settle down. And if I stop patting her or rubbing her, she'll look at me with a front and meow again. They're just two weird cats, but in really different ways. Laura, yeah, okay. We should Angry Bunch. Anyone who wants to, really, let's do it. Let's do it. But I completely get what you're saying, Laura. You've got a lot to say about Tories. It would be easier to say it than type it. I completely understand. So, yes, I think you're right. The kids are more into vaping than smoking these days. You know, no one does the vape tricks anymore. Do you remember, like, a couple years ago, you would get these videos because the vape clouds were sort of vaguely solid, and you get these videos of dudes doing things, blowing big clouds and then like pushing them and whatnot. Is it just me? I'm sure someone else remembers there were like vape trick videos. and they've stopped, as far as I know. Because vapes went from being fringe to being hip to being mainstream to being cringe. I think vaping's still kind of somewhere in the mainstream cringe zone at the moment. May eventually turn back around to be sort of a retro revival at some point. Who knows? Okay, what are we doing here? Hello, Laura.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. I haven't had any sleep last night. I went to bed and I've had about 2 hours, maybe 3.
Yeah.
I just couldn't sleep, so I got up.
All
And
right.
tonight I'm going to go drinking cocktails with my friends.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Found a new place. It sells some really good stuff. There's a daiquiri that
Yep.
tastes like lemon meringue.
Oh, I had a daiquiri last night and it just fucking rocked. It was really good. The simple drinks. I mean, I like complex drinks as well, but occasionally you get a simple one because a daiquiri is just rum, lime, and sugar. And the simplicity of it sometimes is just like, oh, that's just great. So, Laura, how's it feeling about the PMs? I saw a meme today that cracked me up. It's a picture of Liz Truss, and the caption was, British Prime Minister who served through 2 monarchies resigns. It's just...
Yeah.
Like that's technically true. She's the first Prime Minister in forever to serve through 2 monarchies, and she was only there for a couple of weeks. I just think that's really funny, quite honestly.
The bizarre thing about it is that, you know, in the short amount of time that she was Prime Minister, she went, you know, we had the whole Queen's memorial, you know, Queen's funeral stuff, which was like a week and a half.
Yeah.
And then there was the Conservative Party conference. So her amount of time actually governing was like, you know, a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that.
Yep.
I mean, it was literally such a tiny amount of time. It was just lunacy. And, you know, she fucked up the economy. You know,
it was wild.
We're going to reduce your taxes by screwing up the economy, putting up insurance rates, which means that now you're going to be paying an extra £600 a month on your mortgage.
Yeah. It was like with one pen stroke, she tanked the economy.
Yeah, it was...
It was amazing. It was amazing.
Yeah, and you know, it's like, yeah, but we came up with a thing for the energy crisis. Yeah, but you made people worse off because now they're going to be paying a mortgage that's more expensive than the savings, you know, with the cost of living crisis stuff. And the whole cost of living crisis here is worse because we left Brexit, you know, left Europe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Brexit was a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. Now they're all like, oh, we need to get back into the common market. And it's like, are you fucking kidding? Are you fucking kidding?
The only good thing about the Tories as they are right now and leaving Europe and stuff like that is that it's mostly old people who wanted it. And when they die, which sadly is going to be you and my generation, it means that the young people, the millennials and the Zoomers, when they're running the country, they'll rejoin and things will be better for them.
Well, maybe. And I like to think you're right, Laura, but the one proviso I would put, you just look back to the 60s, the hippies who were the boomers, and that was literally what they said. Oh, all you boring people who are ruining the world, can't wait for you to be dead and then we can fix things. And then the boomers went hyper conservative, and honestly an enormous chunk of Gen X is doing that as well. I don't know. I like to think that the millennials and Zoomers are a bit more together. And stuff is, look, fundamental stuff is definitely changing, but I always think, whenever I think like, yeah, at least this generation might fix things when the old people die. But that was literally what the boomers said in the 60s. The hippies were like, oh, when you're all dead, we'll fix things. But then they just became horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the fun one we've got right now is that we've got back Suella Braverman, who was sacked after literally a few weeks of Liz Truss for
Yes.
breaking security law, rules.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, the breach was she sent an email to her own Gmail account.
Yeah.
Gmail.
Yeah.
And then sent an email with that to not only someone who may not have had it, but probably shouldn't have had it, but she got the name wrong and sent a text to some lady.
But also, she did that on purpose. I read the stories. She wanted out, and there was like she felt like she couldn't just resign, so she did a thing deliberately that was a technicality that meant she had to resign. She did that shit on purpose. Speaking of on purpose, there's
Hello.
Hello.
So I have. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
I've got one very important point to make about Gen X.
Yes.
To refute your point about they are in fact not going to say the same thing about Gen X that they say about boomers.
Yeah.
Right. Like how you said, like boomers when they were hippies, they I can't wait till they die, and now millennials are saying can't wait till boomers die. Right. No one's going to say that about Gen X because no one's going to remember. They're just going to go straight to millennials.
I just think it was hilarious how everyone forgot. No.
Everyone always forgets about Gen X.
It just became a war between millennials and boomers, and we were sitting there going, "Sure, fucking whatever."
Yeah. Here, Gen Z, have a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funniest, there was a meme I saw where someone who was Gen X and with their little kid who's obviously a Zoomer, and when the dad says something and the kid goes, okay, Gen X, and the dad goes, hey, fuck you, okay? We agreed. We're in this together. The millennials and the boomers are just gonna fucking kill each other, and don't cop that shit, okay? But it's just like, it was.
I remember. Okay, so I remember seeing this meme once. It was the the cat at the table and the lady crying meme.
Yes.
So it was like boomers and millennials.
Yeah.
And then there was a screenshot of I think it was
the Will and Grace woman.
I think it was from Will and Grace.
Yeah.
The friend, the female friend,
she's just drinking.
Gen X, holding up a drink with a kid there with Gen Z, and they're just like, just hanging back, just like,
But it's become a thing. We could just step back and the millennials and boomers are trying to kill each other. Fuck it, let him.
Yep.
That was the other meme I liked. A guy from the Godzilla, the Japanese guy. Let them fight. That was the other one I liked. Boomers and millennials going at each other, and then that guy just being labeled Gen X.
That's from Godzilla. Yeah.
Speaking of let them fight, there's a rumor going around. Don't know how true it is, but it's going around that the Chancellor, his policy for like young people to get an affordable home is to introduce the Thunderdome.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be fairer than what's happening. It would be awful and terrible, but it would seriously
give
be fairer
actual
than what's
people a
happening.
chance who did not have a chance before.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, apparently, suggestion is that, and serious now, because I do throw jokes in.
But seriously, yes.
Well, I what I tend to do is to sort of make a joke sound serious, and then hit the punchline. But no, seriously, suggestion is that Suella Braverman was invited into her old job with Sunak, in order for Sunak to get, to stop Boris getting in again.
Right.
And that was
that day or two when it was like Boris is gonna come back. It was like,
I know, and it's like, what the fuck? It's basically it comes down to sort of given a choice, sort of like, it's like, let's get Boris back because Boris had a lot of appeal. This is Boris that had parties. The Queen, married, her husband alone, broke rules all over the place, and it's like, oh yeah, this is the guy who we should get back. The guy that we got rid of just a couple of months ago. Yeah. Because he was a liability to the party.
Yeah. That only lasted a couple of days, but there was a couple of days of, we should get Boris back. And it's like watching from here going,
he would have come back. He would have.
If he had enough support, he would have done.
I love this one from Ray's. The not cunt list with the Tories is pretty short. Oh no, sorry, you're actually talking about the gens. Oh yeah, no, and again, the whole defining people as generations is arbitrary and borderline meaningless. I would much rather you just say, are you a decent person or not? And because like my regular thing is I will rag on boomer hippies till they get home, but one of my OG YouTube friends, screen name Glee Girl Oz, she is very hippie and very boomer, and she's lovely, and she's one of my favorite people. And she gets upset when I sit here going, boomer hippies, fuck them, burn them all. And she's like, hey, I'm a boomer hippie. Okay, not you.
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah, but there are so many A boomers and B hippies who drive me up the fucking wall. But Glee is straight up a boomer hippie, and she's absolutely lovely. And I actually understand. Like one time she's saying like she was genuinely upset because I went on this huge tear, fucking boomer hippies. And she's like, well, I'm a boomer hippie. And I went, okay, I completely acknowledge that what I said was really over the top and unreasonable, but it was kind of a rush of blood thing. And it was,
well, the problem is that boomers aren't being hippies anymore. They're being conservative fuckknuckles.
Yeah, very much. But also, you get like Nimbin and fucking Kate Byron and whatnot. They all went from being, hey, big corporations are bad, and big pharma, to like, ooh, vaccines are fake, COVID's not real. And who are these people agreeing with us? They've got those interesting Eastern mysticals tattoos on their shoulder. Swastikas. I think they're Hindus. Yeah. We should align with them because they're telling us that we're right. And so the far right just exploited all this weird hippie wellness bullshit. And those people ended up walking in lockstep with actual fucking Nazis. And it was just like, holy shit. And it's just like all the hippies and the wellness people have literally got in bed with Nazis. Well, okay, metaphorically. I just said literally when I meant metaphorically. But I don't know, some of them maybe got in bed with them. Who knows?
Remember the days when you could actually like use what's the word? the type of humor that makes like over the top kind of. Well, humor in a humorous way. It starts with S.
Humor. Yeah.
It starts with
these people
S.
were just in reality far more exaggerated than your hyperbolic humor.
Hyperbole and not sarcasm. It's
Satire.
Sorry.
Irony.
Satire.
Satire. Oh my god, my brain has stopped working lately.
You have an
Some
excuse.
people
Satire.
Remember, some people are impossible to satirize.
Yeah, because Donald Trump, for example, you cannot satire him anymore. The shit he comes up with is beyond satire. It's just
like literally to satirize him, you would have to have him on stage eating a baby and then looking at the audience and saying, "Save the children. The Democrats are ruining our children." And the crowd goes, "Woo, Donald, save the children." And then he starts eating the baby again. That is like the only way you could exaggerate what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Because
thank you, Mega Leech.
It always reminds me how
it's a goose.
It always reminds me of when the whole grab 'em by the pussy thing came out, and it did nothing to his election stuff because it's like, well, that's what he does. That's dog bites man territory.
Yeah. Do you remember his line, "I could like shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and my vote wouldn't go down"?
Yeah.
We know that's factually true. But what I love in the last season of The Boys, the very last episode, vague spoiler, if you wanted to watch it, you would have already watched it. But Homelander, who's like Superman but a right-wing psychopath, he uses his heat vision to explode someone's head at a protest because they're a, small L liberal who threw something at him. And he lasers the guy's head and the guy's head explodes. And there's this brief moment where he thinks he's gone too far, but then his right-wing psychopath crowd cheers him on. And he's just like, yeah, I can do it. That was definitely a direct reference to Trump saying I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and my support wouldn't dip for a second. Homelander heat visions someone's head till it explodes, and his fans don't care. They think it's awesome that he just showed that punk what's what. And all the guy did was, he threw a tomato and it hit Homelander's son or something. And so Homelander killed him. And the crowd goes, fucking awesome.
Mega Leech, my goose does not have a name.
But
so it
does seem like Untitled Goose Game. Yeah.
Untitled Goose.
Yeah.
Well, Anonymous Goose.
Anonymous Goose. Sorry, Kate, I see Saf is on the money saying, I don't like centrists. You're saying, do I like neutrals? There is no such thing as neutral. People who say they are neutral... Because
Zap Brannigan went and conquered them.
Yes.
The neutrals.
What is it, Kip, that makes a man's heart go neutral? Again, that was an hilarious episode. But again, no, people who say they're neutral are actually actively supporting the status quo. And the status is not quo, to quote Dr. Horrible.
There's also another suggestion, by the way, UK politics, that they've got a new prime minister penciled in for the new election for prime minister in mid-December.
Yeah, only 2 more prime ministers until Christmas.
Yeah, I said that on Twitter last week.
What I love is a couple of years ago we were joking about that with Australia, the way it was actually prime ministers getting knocked off every other year and whatnot. But Jesus Christ, they lasted more than 45 days is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's that bad. I mean, it's like Britain's the laughing stock for this shit. It
is a joke. It is literally a joke.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we're talking about satire. What do comedians do these days to find funny things? Because it changes so often. It's like something that might sound like it's satire could also be true at the same time.
Yeah.
For example, we've got, our new Prime Minister who stood in front of Downing Street and described, the new government was going to be based upon integrity, professionalism, and accountability, and gives the top job to a woman who resigned for breaking ministerial code a couple of days before.
Yeah. But, it's so hard to satirize. Like, again, the Turnbull Conservative government in Australia, who weren't as weird and fucked up as what's happening in England now. But at one point, they went with like a slogan to say how good they are. It was something like change with continuity. And they were like, yeah, we're going to make things better, but it's also going to be the same. And the people who did this satirical comedy in the US, Veep, when someone messaged them and going, hey, do you know the actual Australian government just did the same slogan you had your satirical character do? Because that was the thing. Their satirical presidential candidate had changed with continuity. And the people who were behind Veep are like,
that was in Veep, yes.
Yeah. They are on like social media going, are you fucking kidding? We sat in the writer's room and we went, what is the most stupid out there extreme thing some fucked political person could say? Just the self-contradictory change with continuity. And you are telling me the government of a real nation actually fucking did that. They were like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening?
What did the Liberals use again? I forget.
It was very close to exactly the same as Veep's. It was something like change with continuity. It was like Turnbull trying to say like sorry, excuse me, I just got a tickle in my nose. God, it's still there. God damn. But Turnbull trying to say something like, we're going to fix things, but there's not going to be any scary radical change. So it was change, but continuity. And that was literally what they did in Veep. And it was so funny watching the people from Veep on social media just going, oh my God, are you fucking joking? A real government in a real country fucking did this. We literally said this is something no one would ever do because it's fundamentally stupid. And they did it. They absolutely did it.
The another element of the politics thing, new prime minister. So we've got a prime minister who doesn't have a mandate from a prime minister that didn't have a mandate, and then who replaced the one that did. And they're saying they've got a mandate.
Yeah,
it's like, they know. I mean, literally, while the week before Truss was gone, there was a poll done, and they would end up with 19 MPs. It was that bad.
Yeah,
out of over 150. They would. It was like
I don't believe any of those polls that say Labour would win an election just because the fucking way the last election in the UK went sort of did my head in.
The difficulty is that Labour have got their own problems, but it's better than the Tories. Which is you could argue that the difference between the Tories and Labour as they are right now is, do you want, given a choice given a choice, do you want your vomit hot or cold?
Basically. Sorry, Dr. Abigail, what are you trying to say?
Is anyone a goose foot fetishist here?
Is that really?
But Actually, what I wanted to say is I sent you a message on Discord.
Oh,
Angry.
okay. All good.
But also,
Yes.
Oh,
goose feet.
Goose feet are pretty good.
Yes, this is my emotional support goose.
Emotional support goose.
did you catch the lettuce thing?
What's the lettuce thing?
About Liz Truss and the lettuce.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we caught that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's basically
Well,
they
this
got
lettuce
yeah,
survived
the
longer.
lettuce
click on it and said,
Yeah.
who's gonna expire first?
And it
And the
was done as a
lettuce
joke, but Truss
one.
literally didn't outlast the lettuce. It was
Yeah.
wild.
The other bit that was funny about it is Aldi, which is, I don't know if you have them there, but it's a European
Yeah, we have Aldi here.
market.
Yes.
And it was like, lettuce at Aldi, a goodbye. Prime Minister, it was Liz Truss at number 10, a goodbye. And they also tweeted earlier on, which is, what a great day to be a lettuce. When you've got a supermarket trolling the Prime Minister, there's something wrong.
Yeah, you've failed the sort of anyone taking you seriously at that point. It's it is quite disturbing the degree to which the Tories, in a pretty short span, like a couple of years, have managed to collapse the UK into a weird fucking joke. It's just like, what?
Yeah, it's disturbing, actually.
I'd like to know, I'm curious whether this translates. In the UK, you've got a football team that's not doing so well. They're losing matches. And what you'll end up with is, there's a rumor that, they're going to fire the coach.
Yeah.
And, so you get the board of directors for the club saying, no, we've got absolute confidence in the coach. And 2 days later, he's gone.
Yes.
He's fine. That was a lot like Liz Truss. He said, I'm a fighter, not a quitter, and the next day she's gone.
Yeah. I've seen a thing on Twitter for Australian politicians, and it was really accurate. It's like we have the bushfire warnings. It's a semicircle with an arrow pointing to how severe it is, and the ratings on it, I forget exactly what it is, and it's like it goes from trouble to beleaguered.
Starts at moderate.
Yeah, but with politicians,
moderate, severe.
What state they're in, it starts escalating to troubled, beleaguered, and to finally resigned. And it's remarkable how often it happens where someone has obviously fucked up and they spend a few days or weeks trying to hang on and go, no, I'll be fine. And everyone's just like, yeah, no, you won't. You actually won't be fine because what you did was really fucked. And
it's amazing how
the last thing they say is they have no
that
support.
they can live in. Amazing how much denial that they can live in.
Oh yeah, politicians are
blows the
exceptionally
mind.
good at denial.
It's really interesting because effectively they spend all that time trying to get to the top job, and and then end up fighting over, like murdering each other effectively.
Yeah,
it's like, I mean, I think the craziest part of this is everyone's like, look, this is just ridiculous. We should have an election, and the Tories know they lose. So they're not going to have one. And so what we had was the Prime Minister that was elected by 0.1% of the electorate has now been replaced by one that was elected by 0% of the electorate.
Yeah. But yeah, it's weird. You can see what the Tories are doing because they don't have to call an election for 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it feels like what they're doing is like, you know what? If we can just manage to somehow juggle and keep this shit show running for a couple of years, people might forget just how badly we fucked up.
Yeah.
And and so they're not going to resign now and have an election because they know they'll get slaughtered in an election. But they go, I don't know, maybe if we hold on for 2 years, people will forget how badly we fucked up.
I mean, one of the ideas about let's get Boris back is two things that he did. One was get Brexit done. It's not done, especially if you live in Northern Ireland. And the second one is that he oversaw the great, COVID, solution. So we got vaccines and all that kind of stuff. And that was all great. And the only reason why that happened is because we invented a vaccine. If it was the Europeans who had done it and we hadn't, then we would have been behind and we'd have had to buy it from Europe and that, they would have been cured before we were. And the second element of that is that Boris actually didn't do anything. The NHS does what it does best, which is cure people and do vaccinations on a big scale than your normal flu jab.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, the Tories did not fuck up the COVID response to the degree to which Scott Morrison and the Australian Tories did. Like it was absolutely astonishing to watch Scott Morrison fail at every single stage. Like in the first couple of months of COVID, he kept saying it wasn't serious. He kept saying, yeah, go to the footy this weekend, just before we fucking locked down. He failed completely to get vaccines rolled out in a timely manner. He failed completely to secure home tests when we needed that. He just like, there was just this cascade of failures from him. He failed. The only thing that kept Australia in any semblance of safety was state governments consistently ignoring the federal government. The federal government was like, no, don't do that. And the state governments went, how about you go fuck yourself because you are absolutely incompetent. And state governments took action to control COVID spread, which worked. It was absolutely astonishing the degree to which Morrison and the Tories failed. So in the UK, the Tories handled COVID much better, even if all they did was do nothing and let the NHS handle it. That was still so much better.
Well, the worst thing that they did was that some of the people that got it bad were old age pensioners.
Yeah.
And because there were too many people at hospital and they were getting a bit better, they let them. They put them back in the nursing homes where they came from, and then lots of people died.
That happened everywhere. That happened here.
Yeah.
The worst outbreaks were in nursing homes.
I'm really, 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 really cynical. That makes you wonder, how much did they damage their own electorate by killing old people?
And that's a real thing, yeah. And in the US as well, overwhelmingly, people who would vote Republican died compared to people who would vote Democrat, which is kind of funny. They killed millions of their supporters with their ridiculous bullshit. You know what, Cade, this is a little message. You need to calm down with that ridiculous fucking bullshit you keep posting. This is not permanent. but you either learn from this or you fuck off forever. He's in the naughty chair now.
Safa asked, do we have Medicare? No, we don't have Medicare. We have a state system. It's called the NHS, National Health Service. Yeah. And a bit of our taxes go to that. And so everything is highly subsidized. So if you're disabled or you're a pensioner then and you're not working and certain benefits, then you get NHS for free. So you get it for free. It's free at the point of use. You go to your doctor, you don't get charged. You go, the doctor sends you to the hospital, you don't get charged. If you end up having to take medications, then you pay a certain amount, per medication. But it's subsidized to the point that, if you need something serious and it costs, let's say, £20,000 a month, you'll pay £15 for that medication for the month. So it's actually really well done. There are problems with it. We've got things where we've got something called we nicknamed the postcode lottery, where I live, a medication may not be available, but in a nearby county, it is available.
Yeah,
and they've used it for like people, who've got like cancer, and there's this cancer treatment that costs like £20,000 or whatever, and my NHS trust, they're called. Mine might say no, and a neighbouring one will say yes. So and people have literally moved from one town to another so that they fall in the catchment area so they can have it
where they get it. Yeah.
So it's not brilliant, but it's not awful either. I mean, it's far better than the American system.
Yeah, I think that sums up ours as well. There are a lot of similarities between the Australian system and the British system. They're not exactly the same. Sometimes the strengths of one don't exist in the other. Sometimes the weaknesses of one don't exist in the other. But in really broad brush strokes, they're quite similar.
Yeah. The thing that makes that sort of drives me mad about looking at Americans, and it's like, it costs a shit ton of money to get insulin.
There are people who are literally only taking half or less of what they should with insulin because they can't afford to, and they're like fucking dying. And it's just, again, the US system is criminal. It's just like everyone in all those insurance companies, at the very best, they should be marched off into a gulag to suffer for a few years, if not a few decades. I'm not averse to, setting up certain sort of scaffolding in the public square and just parading them all out and going, this is what they did. This is how many people they killed. This is how many lives they ruined. Shall they face the justice of the people? And the people say yes. I know that's inflammatory. But,
I actually have a really good example. I don't know if it is the case now because the whole Obamacare thing has kicked in, and I don't know whether they would have been helped by that. But there was an instance about 15 years ago, something like that, maybe more, where there was a guy who had elephantitis of the testicles, which was basically between his legs. It was hanging like a
was that the guy in Vegas?
Plastic bag.
There's an awesome Google search.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Google image search. Testicles.
Anyway,
it's way safer than Fournier's gangrene.
No,
it's less disturbing.
Anyway, so what happened was there was this guy, and he was claiming social, disability benefits. And it would have cost like $10,000 to treat him, or random numbers. I can't remember. Maybe it's 12, maybe it's 16. Yeah. I can't remember. But it would cost like $10,000 or $20,000 or something to treat him. And but they didn't want to because he was poor and couldn't afford medical insurance, so he didn't get it. So he just suffered. But what happened was, because people learned of his plight, there was a fundraiser, and he got the treatment. Which is wonderful. And now he's working a good job, gets the medication that he needs to stop for the problem so it doesn't come back. And now he's putting money into the system, which is going to be more than $20,000 or $10,000. In a year.
It's like it's actually cheaper to give homeless people a home than to not give them a home. But there's this moral idea, and the healthcare thing. It's cheaper to treat people's health things than to not treat them. But there's this weird moral, and it's just fucked. And yes, Kirsten, Breaking Bad, the number of jokes I've seen, if Breaking Bad was in Canada or the UK or Europe or Australia, the first episode would be the guy going to think, you've got cancer. Okay, here's the treatment, and it's covered by the thing. And that's the end. It's just like he's got cancer and he's got to get treatment. But in the US, you've got cancer and you need to raise tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to get treatment. And and again, the number of people who declare bankruptcy because of medical bills in the US each year, I think is 10 times higher than the rest of the world combined. It's just like, there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the US every single year who declare bankruptcy because of medical bills. And in the rest of the world, that hardly ever happens. It's just twisted.
It's criminal.
It's criminal. Safa, who is the guy? You're saying, didn't the guy from, there are a lot of guys in Breaking Bad. It is certainly not the leads. That's just too broad a question. You remind me, one of the podcasts I listen to is called The Rewatchables. It's these dudes, and it's mainly dudes. They do occasionally have female guests on the show where they talk in depth about movies they think are infinitely rewatchable. And they came up with these in-jokes about awards they give, and one of the awards, which I think is hilarious, is the best that guy in this film. And it's because you see them and you can't remember their name, but you go, that guy's in this film.
Yeah.
It was originally called the Joey Pants Award for Joe Pantaleone. He's in so many films and people don't remember his names, but they just turned it into the That Guy Award. Because every film's got someone, they may be male or female, where you see them and you just go, they're in this film. What's their name again? And it's the That Guy Award. And yes, Bryan Cranston. Thank you, Megaleech. Bryan Cranston is most definitely not dead.
By the way, speaking about people saying stupid things, so we've got a chap called James Cleverly, who is the Foreign Secretary, and he has suggested that if you're going to go to, respect the culture for the football thing that is going on, and it's so it's basically like trying not to be gay over there.
Oh, sorry, you're talking about the World Cup being in Qatar.
So it's like,
where you could be executed if you're gay.
Just try not to be gay and you'll be okay,
Yeah.
I mean, it might as well be saying, fans should be respectful at the World Cup by stoning anyone who's committed adultery.
Yeah. Like some dude actually just got arrested in Qatar for making a public statement that this is bullshit and you need to change it.
In trans,
I reckon you're right. For a lot of people, Ben Mendelsohn might be that guy because he's done a shit ton of Hollywood movies in the last 10, 15 years.
And Anthony Paglia.
Yes, again, Melbourne boy,
He's a-
Anthony
he's a-
Paglia. He's done a shit ton of Hollywood stuff.
I was a uni friend with his niece.
Nice.
No, niece.
I know. I was.
No, niece.
What?
Not nice. Niece.
Sorry.
I said niece.
No, I said nice.
Angry said nice, and I said
yes.
no, niece.
Niece.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Amos Burton in The Expanse. He's that guy. I don't know his real name.
Yep.
Yeah. And
He's
by the way,
that guy.
yeah. By the way, the Nice is not that place in Italy.
So nice in Nice.
Oh no, sorry.
We have.
It's in
You
France.
probably have the biscuits in the UK too, but we have biscuits. They're a simple shortbread biscuit with sugar on it, and they're Nice biscuits, but it's actually printed on it NICE. So I grew up calling them nice biscuits. They're nice.
Yes.
But they were Nice. It was meant to evoke Italy, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Who the fuck in Australia knows where Nice is? I'm sorry, because I don't. They're nice biscuits, and they were nice biscuits. They were very nice in tea. Those were fucking awesome to dip in tea and get soggy, and then eat this sort of sugary shortbread that's soaked in tea. Fucking awesome.
You've made us a mistake based upon my mistake because it's in France. Nice is in France.
Yeah, no. Safa just actually corrected me. Nice is in France.
It's close.
Really.
It's close. It's like,
they're okay. Honestly, they're foreign, so who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, so who cares, right?
But by the
And also,
way,
speaking of that guy, Megaleech, I thought, who the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean? That's the actual guy we were talking about. That's how much of that guy he is. Megaleech put his real name in there, and for a second I had no fucking idea what that comment was meant to mean.
Yeah, in trans news, chess has been dismissed as woke nonsense after the revelation that pawns can self-identify as bishops, knights, and queens.
Yeah.
Oh
God, I loved it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Probably someone's did this joke, but I saw it on social media going, oh, so now they're making the queen a man. This woke nonsense has gone too far. And
yeah, I saw that too. That was funny.
Yeah. Oh, Heine's got hair dye and it works. You'll have to show us at some point. Kirsten's actually done a train from Nice to Italy. Seriously, you went from
what, the whole train?
Foreign Buju land to foreign Buju land.
Oh, that's not what she actually said. You were paraphrasing.
She said took the train from Nice
she
to
took
Italy.
The train, not did a train.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Oh my god.
And I was about to pull you up on that, and she took the train.
Are you going to give it back?
I didn't even go there. It's just
yes,
I agree, Kirsten.
I love the English language sometimes because we can just make jokes that just take these amusing tangents.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I have a stupid story, but it's kind of funny. So I had I went to this is in the old days of taking photos with film. And I went and bought some film, and I went and took some photos, and I had it developed by them, and it all came out like misty, out like as if it was like through thick sunglasses. And I was told that I should have used a flash. I'm taking a picture of a train. It's like a couple hundred feet long. I would need, the only flash that I could get that would light up an entire train would be the kind of thing you get at like a, football stadium or something. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people don't really understand how flashes and lighting in photography works.
Yeah. I do know there was a railway fan who got, he got into serious trouble, like big fine. Because he took some night photos of a train going through a station, and he had a series of flashlights down the platform so that when he took the photo, it had like a big array of flashes going on. And it's like, don't flash drivers. This is not a good idea, you know. But he went and photographed an entire train all lit up by, you know, like about 30 flashlights going off at the same time. Can you imagine what that looked like for the drivers? Like, what the fuck was that?
No, that would have been pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
But train spotters, sorry, Megaleech shared this with me, and it is actually perfect. I don't know if that's going to show up, but the thing is, and I remember that scene with him saying, "I am that guy." That's actually a line he says in The Expanse, and it was again, that character was just so incredible because he was such a kind of psychopath. Quite honestly,
I watched The Expanse. It's really good.
He was so at peace with being a psychopath as well. That particular scene was a guy, he's with a guy, found out this evil sort of corporation was doing experiments on kids, and this guy's finally saved his kid, and he's got the guy who was running the experiments, and he wants to kill him, and Amos says, "No, you don't want to do that. You're not that guy. Walk away." And the guy understands and says, "Yeah, it would be crossing a line for me to kill this guy, even though he did fucked up shit to my daughter." And so he leaves with his daughter, and the scientist guy says to Amos, "Oh, thank you." And Amos just turns on him and says, "I am that guy." He just fucking kills him.
You know what?
He's such a good character.
It's a good job those things aren't real world, because given what our government has done to people,
yeah. Oh, no, yeah. The Tories would have so many people running up to them going, "I am that guy."
Yeah.
It was even like when they were up through the wormhole and they're on the planet where weird shit was happening, and some corporate fucko was there trying to enforce the law when he really didn't have that much authority. And he says to Amos, like, "One day you and I are gonna have a bit of a problem." And Amos just looks at him and goes, "I'm free now. Do you want to do it now?" It's just like, you cannot threaten this guy, because it's just like, if it's like, "We are going to fight to the death," he just goes, "Yep, let's do it." It's just like, he's such a good character. It's a fun show. I do hope there's more at some point, because there's so obviously, even just from the books, there's more story. There's more story to be told.
I binge watched it a few months ago. I didn't watch all of it yet. I think I watched like 3 or 4 seasons. And then there was like, they had a completely new group of people, and I just sort of couldn't grip it. But
yeah, there is a change at a certain point, because it actually changed who was producing it. But it does come together, and they were kind of saying, well, that's the last season, even though there are books that have more story past that point. But it's a reasonably satisfying wrap-up to the TV show. It's worth going through to the end, because it's a reasonably satisfying wrap-up to the main story, which is basically the conflict between the Belters and the Outers. But then it leaves so many dangling storylines, like, oh, there's heaps more we could do, there's heaps more we could do. But, and Megaleech, who's a big fan of it, has repeatedly said the later books are actually the best of the series. Oh, okay. Heine sent me a picky. Sorry, let me... On what medium did you send me the pic, Heine? Because you can absolutely join the stream if you want to show off. I'm a big fan of showing off hairdos.
Who's Heine? I don't.
Sorry, in the chat, Heine.
Yeah. I know, for some reason I'm blanking on who Heine is.
Oh, okay. Well, again, he's someone I have known through YouTube for, Christ, I don't know, 10 years. Twitter. Okay, Heine, the link.
Gosh, Twitter. Gosh, you apparently Katie Hopkins has dug out a notebook full of old hateful biles. In anticipation of returning to Twitter.
Oh God, she is a garbage person.
Yeah, but like I say, Twitter is now owned by Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that he only bought it because he was triggered by having a tweet suspended for being a bullshit, an asshole.
Yeah. Oh, but it's such a it explains so well how bad he is at business and how he's actually not bright, because it's a terrible business idea to buy it. He's gonna fucking bury him.
The thing that sort of amazes me is,
Do we see?
There's Honey. Oh wow, yeah. Because last time I saw you, you had lots of grey in your hair.
Yeah,
Right?
I'll take the headphones off briefly.
Yeah. That color looks really natural, actually. Color looks really natural.
Thanks.
Looks good. So how long have we known each other, by the way? I think it's like at least 10 years.
We first met up at the end of 2010, I think it was, and I was probably in with you guys in 2011.
It's like a meet-up in Fed Square around that time. I feel like that was it.
It's an interesting question. When did you become aware of my existence? Because I used to leave comments and stuff, but I don't know if you noticed.
God, you try the Cliff Jumper account?
Yeah.
Oh no, no. My brain just doesn't remember. I've been doing it for too long. I just don't remember shit. But it was a long time. You were commenting as Cliff Jumper for a very long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I say, it was only the end of 2018. So 2019, I officially came out as trans.
Yeah,
and I basically the next day, I went and changed it. So January the 12th into the 13th, I came out publicly, and the next day I replaced all the Cliff Jumper stuff with Laura stuff. I've already drawn up the avatars and stuff in preparation. But I mean, I've been watching you since you were still wearing the mask all the time.
Yeah, and that was like the first 18 months or so.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
It was a couple of years, wasn't it, before you gave up the mask?
I could look it up.
Yeah.
Just
start at your old stuff and go back and see how long
Yeah. Because I decided, because I was organizing like a first big meetup here where I got Corey, Mr. Safety, to come out. And it's like, okay, this is literally going to be a public event where I'm going to meet people. So I actually have to show myself to the world, essentially. So they know it's me at this event. So yeah, it was on one level, it felt like a big event to me, but I was also quite aware the mask had this weird effect on people. It distanced them from me, like they couldn't fully connect with me because the mask, or masks, because I was ultimately wearing a lot of different masks. It was like a barrier to people, and they couldn't fully connect with me.
I always wondered, how often did you scream yourself hoarse?
A bit, honestly. Okay. I think I've found where we got to. Sorry, I was literally just going through videos as we were talking. There's one. Where's the actual coming out video? I thought I did like a. Okay, it's doing my head in. Mask, and then not mask. But I swear I had like a coming out video.
I don't remember a coming out video. I only really remember you had a mask and then you stopped having a mask and you used it very
Is this when you came out as angry sexual?
Yeah, I'm an angry sexual. So I think the first video I have on my channel where I'm not wearing a mask, I was on. God, okay. YouTube confuses me sometimes. I'm trying to see when was this video posted. November 19th, 2007. So 15 years ago.
Oh, close, Megalith.
15 years ago, I posted a video where I wasn't wearing a mask.
Funnily enough, it was November 2007 is when I created an account.
There you go. Well, that's when I first posted something not wearing a mask.
So, and I know that's why I could comment on videos. Yeah.
One reason why I'm angry. So, the first video I posted was June 9th, 2006.
Oh,
so
right.
That was on the Dunny, if I recall correctly.
Well done, Heine. I was literally sitting on a toilet. But I wasn't even angry. I was just talking. It was actually the second
I remember that video.
Was the first one where I shouted. Because I realized I was trying to do the angry thing. I thought, wait, I wasn't even being angry. I was just talking. I need to shout when I make videos. Yeah, Mega Leech and I were also doing jokes, Angry on Sound Mastering exclusive behind the scenes footage. He was animating some things, and then we were posing as each other in some videos. We did a bunch of silly things.
It's a bit of it's a completely different sort of thing, but out of my YouTube stuff or my, I don't know, taking part in these little communities that we have. I'm a part of a little corner of the sort of atheist, or a not arsehole Christian, So I've got friends who are Christian, they just don't like creationism and stuff like that, and they don't like assholes who, are Christians. But my biggest service to all of that, there was a guy called Richard Raspberry, and it's a long story. I'll try and make it a short one. But one of my Christian friends is a doctor. She's a PhD in molecular biology. And this guy was on talking about creationism type nonsense. And, someone said, well, what are your qualifications in this? And he said that he had qualifications on a par with my friend, the doctor, who, So what happened was someone Googled his name, which was in his G+ profile, because people were using G+. It was a hub for the people.
Oh my God, G+.
I was in a community that was using that, and I tell you what, losing G+ was a massive impact to me, because what happened was people just split off and went their own separate directions. So instead of having one big community, you had about 5.
Kirsten going, no, nice, Kirsten.
Go on, Kirsten.
Right, Kirsten.
So anyway, so this guy, so what happened was someone tweeted his name that was already publicly available, and he'd been talking to people on Facebook for a couple of years before and stuff like that. And so someone Googled his name, and he then accused them of, he then removed his name and claimed they doxed him.
Oh wow! Okay.
And then what happens is he starts telling lies about stuff, and some other idiot on the internet repeats or says something, because there used to be this show called Talking Shit Tuesday where we talked about the bullshit that had gone in the community on the last week. And my friend was like, I've been dealing with this guy under his real name on Facebook groups for years, for like 2 years. And this idiot arsehole who hates the atheist and hates her because she's not a proper Christian, because Catholic,
Right.
says she's basically admitted she's been stalking him for 2 years. And then what happens is, word gets around in the neighborhood where she is, and a neighbor and a friend end up talking about it, and their kids overhear and hear the word stalker, and so go out and beat up my friend's son. And then, rather than apologize, the arsehole went and hid and, stuff like that. And then what happened was, it was a couple of months later. He posted a video claiming that, someone was found with their pants down. And he'd also claimed that, they had one of them had an unusual interest in young boys, just all sorts of bullshit. So he'd made this video, and when people called him on it, he deleted it. And then a couple of months later, he's sort of, stuff has gone down, and he's talking, and there's in this other group, and there's like 8 of us, 10 of us in this, like this, in a hangout. And he tells lies, and I'm there, and I'm listening, and it's like, and I've added to, you've said these things. No, I haven't. And so he was really unfortunate, because usually what happens in these kind of events is where someone's lying, but this is something that happened like 6 months ago. So you've got to go through Facebook, or you've got to go through, Google Plus in this case, months ago, to clarify the lies. Well, the problem is it's not easy to do that in a hangout setting. So you end up going and finding it, and then you post it. Well, of course, no one sees it because they've already watched the video. So they don't see the lie, or the claim illustrating that they were wrong. So, but what happened was, this guy was an idiot and told lies, and I was in the room and I'd saved the video. So in this, and I moved it onto my own channel because it was such a great moment. And you can see me looking at my other monitor, and, and I've got that sort of frowning face, and I'm listening to what's going on, and the lies continue to be told, and this guy's being challenged. Isn't it? Richard Raspberry, this guy. And so you can see my face in the little box at the bottom, and next thing you know, you just see this big grin on my face, where I found the video. It was down in the bowels of a hard drive somewhere, and I found the video, and then I screen shared it live. And this guy went 2 octaves shriller as he was cornered, and and then sort of muted me, and all sorts of stuff. It was just really bad, and it exposed him for the liar he is live. And it, like I say, it was just a pure bunch of coincidences. He was telling the lies. I knew it was a lie. I'd saved the video, and I was in the hangout. So those sort of 3 factors meant that I was able to expose it live, and it completely destroyed him. And so by exposing him live in a hangout, nobody wanted to talk to him. And ultimately, he ended up making stupid videos, like taking going to a library or bookshop and taking a Richard Dawkins book and putting it on the fiction shelf, and then making a video saying, "Oh, look, even the people who work here think it's fiction." And then he just deleted his channel. It was glorious. And this is a guy who, just to give you an example of how shitty he is, he claimed that someone, one of the people he hated, who doxed him by using his real name that he had out there, just by Googling his name, he claimed that the guy had him swatted, and that the police came and and then they ended up going to this, the guy he hated, going to his house, and he was crying and saying, "Please don't arrest me," kind of thing. And it's like, this was complete fiction. He just lied his ass off. It was it was good to get rid of a monstrous asshole out of the community, out of anyone's space. It was brilliant. That's my one biggest contribution.
Oh, that's all good.
My little corner of the internet. It's very boring. I'm sorry. It's dull.
No. That's taking a proper stand. And
it's a tale of a troll.
Yeah.
I love a good story of like petty revenge or pro revenge or stuff like that. It's Reddit worthy. It's people. Like I read those subreddits and just hearing those personal victories in a shitty world is just good.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that you might find on, Encyclopedia Dramatica.
Old school,
and another one of my favorite ones was there's a Christian lunatic from New Jersey, and he's a black guy who makes excuses for slavery in the Bible because whatever God does is good, therefore slavery is okay. And I'll be your slave if you pay me. That's not slavery, you moron. Anyway, so he made a video saying how there's more Christians than there are atheists by 10-1. He would have used by a ratio, but he doesn't understand what the word ratio means. And so I went into his hangout and I said, "This isn't true. There are 30 million more atheists than there are Christians." And he laughed and cackled and he said, "Okay, maybe things have changed since last time I looked. What's your proof?" And I said, "My proof is G-Man, him, saying how Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics aren't Christians." And then he spent the next couple of minutes telling me I was wrong and that he could call them Christians because they claim they're Christians, but they're not Christians really.
Busted.
So he basically embarrassed himself by repeating what I'd said and thinking he'd beaten me with that argument. And all it did was
remind me an old Jack Chick track, those truly hilarious little comics that were around more in the 80s and 90s than now. But there's one where it then went on to say about what all the people who call themselves Christians who are actually devil cults. And it was everyone. Like, it had Catholics and Protestants and Baptists. And I was looking at all the people that he listed in his who were actually really demonic rather than Christian. And I couldn't work out who was left. Like, he's basically saying all these mainstream Christian groups are actually, controlled by the devil. And I was just going, but who's left? You've listed every Christian group I've ever heard of and said they're actually demonic for real. I'm used to people saying Catholics are demonic, but it was everyone. It was like Presbyterians and Baptists, and I was just like, I don't think anyone's left. You've kind of said everyone's heretical and controlled by demons. But again, the Jack Chick tracts are just hilarious because of how unhinged they are. And it's just like, they just say the weirdest shit. And you're just like, yeah, man, I'm with you. That's definitely how the world works. Megalich has been subjecting himself to weirdo true Christians. Again, I always think of that whole thing about the no true Scotsman fallacy. When you get if you get the weirdos who start talking about true Christians, you are going down a goddamn rabbit hole.
It's like, who's the real Tolkien fan?
Oh, dear.
Who's the real nerd?
Who are the real children of God?
You know what's
Who's the real gamer?
When you said about the no true Scotsman fallacy and real Christians, it's really funny because that G-Man guy, the idiot, he pulled this thing at Easter, for fuck's sake, during the Easter weekend, and he said he was, he just suddenly made a video saying that he'd given up Christianity and he was an atheist, and evolution's true and all these things that he claimed completely the opposite, like the week before. And he was doing it. He did it as a stunt, and the idea was to do it for a couple of weeks or something like that, just to screw with the atheists that he hates. And it was all done so he could disprove the no true Scotsman fallacy, because he was going to just come out with wacky stuff and say you're not a real atheist then. And and that'd be like, oh well, that's the no true Scotsman fallacy. And of course he doesn't understand what logical fallacies are. So he was trying to disprove a fallacy. It'd be like trying to disprove gravity, even though it exists.
Have you heard, Angry, that they fired the 2 showrunners from Rings of Power?
I had not heard. Is that a thing?
That's a thing.
Well, see, the next I always said the next season might be really different.
They said that the next season would be way more accurate to the law, but they've fucked up the law so much that they
need to abandon that. They fucked up the law.
Yeah. So the studios just fired them.
Embrace
we don't know
the
who they're replacing them with. Yeah.
Again, you talk about true fans. That meme you shared the other day, and my favorite memes are the ones that are layered references, and you can't just look at it and get it. You actually have to get the reference to the reference in it. And it was the shot from American Pie with the dad.
Oh, son, yes.
Who's walked in, the son has been fucking the pie. And the labels are, the dad is Lord of the Rings fans, and is
the son is Tolkien fans.
The son is the Rings of Power.
I got it here.
And the pie is Tolkien's lore.
So yes. So yes, the dad is Tolkien fans, the pie is Lord of the Rings lore, and the boy is Amazon.
But you have to know that what it is the boy has fucked the pie. That's my favorite sort of meme, that you can't get it. And because younger people won't have seen American Pie. And because you haven't, it's a classic meme where you don't explain the layers of reference. It just cracked me up, not just because it was extremely funny, but because it was a layered meme and you had to know the reference to the reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, it did sum it up pretty well. As
Yeah. Yeah, they've fucked up the law so much they can't fix it. So they just have to either start again or embrace it.
Yeah, and look, there's things like I quite enjoyed, even just like someone might not have watched it. Seriously, if you want to watch it, you should have watched it by now. I'm not going to do major spoilers, but the conversation Haldir and Galadriel have when Haldir is saying things like, I told you I'd done bad things. You said it didn't matter. I actually love that. I thought that was really good because it was. Galadriel had been saying moral equivalent stuff, and Haldir is saying, I was fighting my enemy, and we could and Haldir was actually saying good fascist shit at that point. I thought that was really good. But I think you highlighted it to me. Someone highlighted it to me. Oh yeah, no, the bit that cracked me. Yeah, you did actually highlight it. Haldir talking to the master elven craftsman, like, have you tried using alloy?
Celebrimbor.
Yeah, Celebrimbor. And it was like, okay, that was actually lazy writing. When you, I honestly, I didn't pick that up when I watched it, but you pointed it out, and I was like, oh yeah, that's actually super lazy writing.
There was a ton of lazy writing I didn't catch as well the first time. And once they were pointed out, I was like, this is dumb. This is like super dumb. And that was just one I happened to catch straight away. Like this ancient, many thousands. Well, Galadriel was young at only 3,000 years old at that point. And Celebrimbor was way older than she is. And he didn't know about alloys. Famous elven Noldor and Smith.
But there was like I said, I loved the stuff with Haldir saying to Galadriel, but you said it was cool, which was a great sort of laying bare moral equivalence. Like in a war, if you start saying anything's excusable, you want to be careful. And also, it was also like, it came like, I can kind of see, Haldir literally did want to stay in Numenor, and now I can see why. He had a plan, and it was not that I'm too humble and I don't want to be the king of the South. He actually had a plan, and I can see it. And that bit was so. Yeah, the show's a weird mix of you've done some clever stuff, and holy shit, that was really lazy. That bit there, that was really lazy.
Yeah.
I want to share something with you, and it's probably going to be a bit boring for you, but I was saying I was doing modeling or model making and painting and stuff. That's the reason why I haven't been able to be around, because I've ended up like going to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you start popping up at about 11 o'clock in the morning. So I just end up sleeping through it. So I thought you might be interested to see the work that I've been doing.
I'm always interested in that.
And ironically, it does link to what we're talking about, because these are the Eldar, which are space elves. So these are grav tanks. The one on the left here is a troop transport with a couple of guns on it, and then these ones on the right are like tanks, and they've got a little bit of troop transport in the back. So this is how I started. So I basically paint black on the top, and then get my airbrush and basically go over with blues and reds and green. And then I go in and I put the stars with the halos. I just keep the airbrush in one spot for a couple of seconds. And then when they're done, they end up like that. I put lots of dots on and paint all the other colors underneath and everything. And so this is an example of one that's finished, almost finished. They've got like a shield thing, and these are the shield emitters on the front, these sticks sticking out, and I went and lost one. One fell off. It's around here somewhere, but it seems to have gone under something and I can't find it. But then again, I haven't fully looked. I've also magnetized the guns so you can swap them as well, which is cool. But so this is one of the tank ones, and that's the third one. And so now I've got 4 vehicles. The other one's a fire prism, which shoots a laser into the crystal and then fires it out, and it's really strong. So then I've been working on, these are commanders. So this is Nortarch. And I really love this model. The pink cloak just looks so good with the color scheme that I've got, and the red to yellow blending on the face masks. That's the kind of thing that I do, but it really stands out. And then there's the winged one. And I painted the wings during the Manchester Pride weekend. So, and just everyone who sees it says, "Oh my God, that's amazing." These
are all amazing. These are all incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, I paint all the highlights on the edges and stuff as well, so you can see, just sort of the bit around the edge. It's just that, I think a part of it is that it's a self-deprecation, thing. It's like, this is boring. If you're into it, this is really cool. If you're not into it, it's like
I'm not into it, and I think this is amazing.
Right.
So make that of what you will. I fucked that up, but
I even have the yellow
of
to
that
red
what you will.
On those.
That is really awesome. That is.
Yeah, I think they look really cool.
So
the highlights are just really detailed and awesome.
Yeah,
they work really well.
I found a Facebook group where there are some really good painters on there, and I've even had some of those saying, "Wow, that's really cool." I mean, I'm nowhere near their kind of level because I just do gameplay standard. They'll do sits on a shelf standard, and it's quite gratifying to get 600 likes under a picture that I showed.
Where did you get the likes? On Reddit?
Reddit. I did find a Reddit and I posted those, and I've had a lot of likes there. And then there's a Facebook group called Heavier Metal. Heavy Metal is the Games Workshop, which is the company that makes the models. It's their design team or painting team. Because with the wargaming stuff, it's not just a case of you buy the models. Well, the pictures that you get on the boxes on the models that they produce, they have a team called Heavy Metal department. It used to be all metal models, you see, so now the plastics these days maybe. But so they will paint them. And, Games Workshop is a marketing company. They're not a war games or modeling company. They're a marketing company. They make you want to buy it. And wow, that's the latest new cool stuff. This is the new cool army. You should buy these models. And I'm a sucker for that.
They used to be a wargaming and modeling company.
Yeah.
Such a shame.
Well, I mean, the thing is that it is about the gaming and stuff like that. And, and it's interesting because doing the war games, so it's not just buying models and painting models and sticking them in a cabinet type stuff, which it is for aircraft modeling. It's similar to the model railway stuff where I've got moving models working a real, railway appearance. And this is you're buying models, you're painting model or assembling them, painting them, and then playing games with them. What's amazing is I came up with that color scheme 25 years ago, more. 96 I got into it. Started painting the Eldar in 97. Had a couple of years and then gave up and sold everything. And then a few years after that, I kind of got a hankering back from it. And then I started buying all the old armies that I'd kind of sold. So I've been buying so much stuff lately. It's beyond belief. This is Warhammer. This is Warhammer 40,000. Not the fantasy version, with normal ogres and goblins and dwarves. Yeah. So, but yeah, I joined a war games club, and it's funny how I found it because
I'd better laugh.
Sorry.
I'd better laugh if it's funny.
I don't know. Maybe it's not funny, but it is amusing.
I'm messing with you. Messing with you.
So what happened was I got my pink bike. I've ridden to town. I've come out, and there's a girl, in her 20s, and she's like, "Oh my God, your bike is so pretty," and everything. And we ended up chatting about stuff and chatting about being trans. And she's gay, so so we're having this nice conversation and everything. And I said, "Hey, look, I haven't got many friends. Most of my friends are on the internet. I haven't got many real life friends. Would you like to maybe chat another time? Just as friends. I'm not interested in any relationship type stuff. Just friends." And that'd be great. And I didn't have my phone on me. I have a nasty habit because I don't go out anywhere. I don't. It's not one of those. You take your keys, you take your phone, and and maybe you take a bag, but you've always got your phone on you these days. Well, because I'm not.
Yeah.
So I've got a landline, and that's my main phone. So what happened was I didn't take my phone out, I forgot, and so I gave him.
You're a weirdo. I'm just.
You have a landline?
The landline's your main phone. You're a weirdo.
Yeah.
You have a landline.
Yeah,
I have one, and
I've got agoraphobia
in 5 years.
Yeah,
I have agoraphobia as well, and I don't even have a landline.
Right.
Wow.
I
guess I don't know. I have a mobile phone.
It's like
attached to my hand at all times.
Yeah.
Like it's in my pocket at the moment.
Yeah.
Mine's in my bedroom charging.
Landline rings.
I get anxious if I'm not within tactile or visual distance of my phone. If I don't know where it is,
of not knowing where my phone is, I hate it.
My phone annoys the hell out of me because I may not, I may have it off the internet, and other than sending text messages to my friend like last night saying, "Hey, we're going to meet because we're going to go and have cocktails tonight." I may not turn it on, as in attach it to the internet, for like a week and a half. It's more likely to run out of power, and that takes about 5 days, maybe more. Because the main thing I use it for is before I go to sleep, I'll play some little, mind games. Sorry, that sounds like Twitter.
I get it, like brain training games.
Yeah, I do some of those before I go to sleep, and and then I end up having weird dreams about like joining the color dot things. But anyway, so I forgot to take my phone, and so I gave her my landline number, and I gave her my email address as well. And what happened was when I got home, sure enough, there's a light flashing. There's a message for me, and she started to read out her number which I told her to do. And I reached for a pen, and I couldn't remember it, so I went and pressed what I thought was the back button to replay the message, and I pressed the delete button.
Oh no!
I've done that. I've done that. It's no.
So I was like, oh shit, and I'd like go back at similar times. Maybe she was looking by, and then one day I got an email off her saying, hey, and it's like, oh my God, I'm so glad you, what's it? And so I'm like, hey, do you want to meet in Manchester? We'll go and have some drinks, and that'd be great. And then she said, can I bring my sibling? And of course, sibling sounds a bit weird. Turns out her sibling is non-binary, so sibling.
Cool.
Yeah.
And so we ended up like meeting up, and they hadn't had anything to eat, so we decided we'd go to a Thai restaurant and have dinner. And so during the conversation, the sibling, basically says, "Hey, I do this wargaming thing. I play something called Warhammer." And it's like, really? What a coincidence! And it just turns out they go to this wargaming club nearby, it's like, hey, would you like to join? Would you like to come as well? And so I started, and it's really great. It really is. No one bats an eyelid at me being trans or anything. The only time it comes up is when I mention it, generally. So great bunch of people, really nice people, and because I got back into the hobby, I've just been I've got armies that I bought years ago, models that I bought years ago that were half painted or not at all painted. And I'm just like getting on with doing those things that, I wasn't doing before. So, so as a result, I've been buying a crap ton of stuff. I bought a whole so I'll screen share again so you get an idea. So I bought all that in one go.
Wow, that would have cost a pretty penny.
Yeah, it was quite a lot. It was about £300 plus. I can't remember now. So yeah, one of the jet bike models up here, but I already had 6 jet bikes. So by buying this, you can have 9 in a unit. So I've now got 2 full squads. I already had 4 squads of the 10 Guardians with a gun on it.
Hey, I'll be back in a sec.
All right.
You've got these up the top here, the white and blue ones. Those are shining spears, which like charge into combat with laser lances. It's basically jousting, but with laser guns. Then you've got these things at the bottom here. These are Farseers. They're like psychic. They're like they've got psychic powers, and sort of can read the future, and you can use them with other units to make things better. And then you've got these big walking robot things. They're actually both like this, but I can convert one into the one on the right. Yeah. So that's what I bought recently. And then that's what I'm going to be buying soon, and that's 400 and something pounds.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
And this,
they're probably Mega Leech. They're probably all fake gamer guys. You know what gamer guys are like.
So, Laura, I like this question from Mega Leech. Do you find the males saying they can't believe there are gamer girls, or have they hopefully evolved beyond that now? I don't know.
There are some. To be honest, you find that the gamer girls, the wargamer girls, tend to go for Age of Sigmar or fantasy, and because it's more like Lord of the Rings and less laser guns and shooty stuff.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is the painting.
Yeah.
Really enjoyable painting models and things.
Yeah.
So, and I'm winning most of my games. Now at first I was a little bit, hit and miss. Now I'm winning most games. And the main thing is the Eldar, the space elves, they're a glass cannon. They're really powerful at doing what they do, but you have to use the right thing against the right target. So I'll give you an illustration or a pair that kind of go together. So back to this picture. So the blue ones here. So these are Dire Avengers, and they shoot sort of 18-inch range guns. They're called shuriken catapults. So think, the shuriken star that the ninjas throw, but like tiny, tiny ones that, fly through and kill people, basically. So these guys shoot 3 shots each. So that's 30 shots. But you remember I said about the psychic power guys? So if I take this guy here on the right, top right, a Farseer. So I have a psychic power called Guide and Doom. So you roll a dice to see if it happens, or a pair of dice. So if it's got a warp charge of 6, you got to roll 2 dice, and if it gets 6 or better, then it's passed. If it's under, it fails. So imagine they've done it. So I do Guide, which guides the blue guys their ability to shoot. So it gives them re-rolls to hit. So they 3s to hit normally, So what happens is I grab 30 dice, I roll them, and any ones and twos I take away. But because they're guided, they can re-roll those. So instead of 30 dice, and let's say I get 10 that fail, I might only get 3 or 4 or 5 that fail. So there's more. If I cause doom, which dooms the enemy, then it's re-rolls to wound. So if any 4s to wound, then it's a 50-50 chance. Oh, but I get to re-roll, so it's actually 3/4 chance now, and stuff like that. So that's how those can be boosted. These the ones in the bone color here. So these are howling banshees. They're women, and they have these psychosonic amplifiers. And basically what they do is they shriek at you, and it scares you shitless, which means they get the first attack, and they're it gives them advantages. So
typical women.
You attack, yeah.
Just the shrieking and the freaking us out, It's people underestimate how difficult it is to be a man, is what I'm saying. I'm the real victim here. The cishet white man.
Wow.
Is when
Yay.
is the cishet white? Yes, Heine. When's the cishet white man going to catch a break? We're about to burn in hell for doing this, even sarcastically.
Yes. Yes. You do get a break, a broken spirit.
Yeah. Or
Robin,
honestly, a kneecap occasionally from saying stuff like this in public, and completely justifiably. Safa, see, okay, I don't think I'm drunk enough. Abigail's been with me walking down a busy street late at night when I was just shouting to the street, "Nobody worry, there's a white cishet man here. Everything's under control."
And the thing is, I've seen you even more drunk than that. And you don't even remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you couldn't walk straight, and I had to hold you up.
Which is ridiculous. But
yeah.
Okay. I want to show you something else. And this goes right into your field of expertise, Angry. And this is the Cockatoo Club that I go to and have cocktails with my friends.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this is just about Taika Waititi
and Oscar Isaac and
Tessa Thompson.
Okay, what are these things? Red and blue cockatoo. Okay, vodka, that's automatically shit. A pink bologna, gin, apple juice, egg white. That's an interesting take on a sour, which is fun. An OG martini, melon liqueur. Okay, someone who wants to put melon liqueur in something and call it an OG martini is in serious danger of physical violence from me. It's just like I just say, come here. I just want to talk. And
here, smell the melon. Smell the melon.
Yeah, like I'm not angry. I just want to talk. Just come a little bit closer and chase the unicorn. Gin, prosecco. Not for me. But I can see where we're going.
I think it's the melon squeeze that's nice, and it's a layered one, so it's all darker at the bottom.
Watermelon, kiwi, gin, cranberry, citrus. I mean, that's a fruity sour. I mean, what's not to like about that?
Yeah.
A sexy mojito, rum and elderflower, strawberry jam. Wow, that's really getting out there with a mojito. But I'm not saying I dislike it. A mojito with elderflower and strawberry in it.
Mm.
A closet margarita, tequila. Oh my God, they've put whiskey in a margarita. Okay. Tequila and honey-infused whiskey, agave, apple juice, citrus. Okay, I'm not Mexican, so I'm not going to punch them for doing that. But I I have a feeling a Mexican person might punch them for doing that one, but that's fine. A berry boner, vodka, automatically fucked. Skip over that. Sugar and spice. Spice drum.
Oh, Megaleech.
Candy floss.
Megaleech is being horny on Maine.
Nice. I like it. I like it when Megaleech gets horny on Maine. A summer drag daiquiri. Okay.
That's the one I was talking about.
Rum, limoncello, sugar, pineapple, citrus. I mean, honestly, that sounds. It's not a daiquiri, but it sounds kind of okay.
It tastes really nice. That's the one that tastes like lemon meringue.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Let's shake your tail feather. See vodka again. I just see vodka and I go, oh yeah, get fucked.
Yeah.
But I also know why bars do it, because a big section of clientele expect it. So I'm half joking when I do that, but I'm also half serious. Like, fuck off with your vodka, seriously. But also, it's a commercial bar. I know why they do it.
Yeah. The sugar and spice one is one that sort of I like, but also I don't. You know, it's the ginger beer that kind of overpowers everything.
Oh yeah, no, ginger beer would overpower that, quite honestly. I feel like maybe a lighter ginger ale rather than a ginger beer, and a kind of small amount of it. So they're going with spiced rum and sugar and candy floss, ginger root and citrus. Yeah, I see what they're going for. They're going for like a bit of ginger with it's a bastardization of a daiquiri with a bit of ginger in it, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but you're putting a bit of pressure on yourself to bring those things together and make it a good drink.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the main thing is that they're actually properly made there, as opposed to some machine.
Yeah. Oh God, if someone's getting stuff out of a machine, it's like no. But I mean, I've been to a couple of bars where the person essentially behind the bar has made a really complicated base for the cocktail, and that's in a bottle. And so what the bar staff get, like, here's a bottle which the boss has put together, which is the core thing for your cocktails. So that's all premixed with that, and then you put like some citrus and some ice and shake it and serve it. And so yeah, on one level it's like, oh, most of that cocktail you made for me was pre-bottled. But then it was like, it was a very sort of special idiosyncratic thing the person behind the bar made. And it's kind of too difficult for just the regular bar staff to make. And so they've made a pre-batched base, and the bar staff add the fresh stuff. Like they put some citrus and some ice and shake it and get you a drink. So, but yes, those machines, which various vendors keep trying to say, yeah, no, this makes cocktails, it's great. Anything that comes out of them is fucking garbage.
Yeah. You know, it kind of reminds me of, I do, you know, I buy cellulose paint from a car place. It's what we used to painting cars in the old days. And so that's what I paint model trains and planes with, because I know the correct numbers for them. And they do that with a machine. Effectively, they've got a set of scales.
Yeah.
And the machine, it's not so much a machine. They basically get some scales, stick the tin on top, and so it basically beeps to tell them to stop now. So it's like, right, to do this, so you want a red that's, you know, a certain shade of red. So it's like, right, so you get red and you get, you know, let's say a bit of beige or something like that. So you take the red and you pour it in and it goes beep, and that's when you stop. And then you get the beige and you pour it in, beep, and then it stop, and then you stop. and so on for all the colors that you need. And then when that's done, you close the lid, you stick it in the shaker, it shakes it, and there you go, it's ready to go.
Yeah. Again, going back to cocktails, because I'm not obsessive or alcoholic or anything like that, but there are various devices that occasionally get marketed as, automatic cocktail maker for home, which are terrible. My favorite thing is a guy on a YouTube channel. He got one, which was one of the most sophisticated ones that are pitched at people making them at home. And he broke it down. And it was this thing where it's like you're supposed to put 4 to 6 bottles in these things, and you push a button and it automatically puts the measures in. And he's going like, I assume somehow it flushes the lines out between things so you don't sort of cross-contaminate in different drinks. And he broke it down and he looked at it and he's going, it doesn't flush the lines out. So it just blurs together everything you ever put in it. It cannot possibly make good drinks. But here's the thing that I think potentially in the next 10 years we could see, particularly in touristy places, because I know there's a couple of them in Vegas, like actual robots behind the bar, and all the bottles are there in the thing, and the robot's programmed to go along here, put a measure from that in your shaker, put a measure of that in your shaker, put a measure of that, put in ice, shake it and serve it. I can see that taking hold in the next 10 years in some touristy places, because the way that's set up, that can actually make a passable drink. It can't make an interesting drink. It can't make an innovative drink. It can't make a super fantastic good drink, but it can make passable drinks. Because the thing that goes along,
it can only make what you program it to do.
Exactly. It can't innovate and it can't do anything truly interesting. But it could make, in a tourist venue, it could make perfectly possible. Yes, Megaleech, like in the movie Passengers, absolutely. I could see this thing working in places like Vegas and cruise ships and whatnot, because it makes passable drinks, but it's like cheap places won't be able to afford these fucking robots, and someone that wants to do anything truly special won't use them. But again, tourist things, Vegas, Disney World, cruise ships, I could actually see them having robot bartenders that would make drinks that would keep 90% of their clientele happy. Plus, it's a kind of weird, cool experience to have a fucking robot make your drink for you, just whizzing back and forth along the bar, putting things in and shaking up a drink and then serving it to you. So I think in high turnover tourist places, you might see more of that in the next 10 years. But sort of, I don't go to places like, here's me being a colossal fucking wanker. This is the area where I am absolutely a wanker. I make fun of other wankers. I am a craft cocktail wanker. There is no two ways about it. I go to
cocktail Nazi. You cocktail Nazi, you.
More wanker. Oh no, actually, I was halfway through saying I'm not a cocktail Nazi, and it's like, yes, I am. I absolutely am.
After your rant about all that vodka,
yeah,
I mean, at least you're a cocktail authoritarian.
No, it's that works. The most polite thing you could call about me is being a craft cocktail wanker. But again, I'm at least half joking when I say the stuff about vodka and whatnot, but I also mean it. And it's just like,
I've tried lots of cocktails now, and I think rum-based ones are my favorite.
Yeah. And this is the thing, I think you might discover this as you go on. You'll probably go through phases. I think yeah, like the first cocktail I really got into was a whiskey sour, and then I was out one night, and this was years ago, with Mrs. Angry, and there's a thing on the menu called it was a classic brandy cocktail, a sidecar, and I thought that kind of sounds interesting. I'll get that, and I fucking loved it. And I'm like, oh, holy shit! I didn't know I liked brandy, and suddenly I like brandy. And I think you'll probably go through phases, because I certainly do, of like, oh yeah, now I like this. A lot of people go, yeah, I like rum, and then you'll find something. It might be a whiskey cocktail, it might be a brandy cocktail, it might be a gin cocktail.
I like
and go,
big butts.
now I like this. So what's yours, Abigail?
And I cannot. I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
And that's a whiskey thing, because the barrels that they're aged in are called butts.
Now, I just
have
think
big
that
butts.
I need to clarify something
there
here
you
with
go.
you, Abigail. So, my arse looks like a couple of badly parked Volkswagen Beetles. Is that adequate enough? I mean, is symmetry, a thing that's important in this liking big butts? I'm just curious. You weren't expecting.
I'm at a.
The spelling.
I'm at a loss.
You've caught Abigail off guard there.
Yeah. Well done. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Please, someone talk. Come on.
Artfully
Don't leave me hanging.
artful rather than symmetrical.
It's what you do with it that counts.
As is so often the case. I'm just answering a message from someone.
Oh.
Yes, I was eating cheesecake for a sugar burst.
Oh, now I'm jealous. Eating cheesecake.
Oh,
Yummy.
I just had this conversation with someone today about the last time I ate cheesecake and how I can't eat cheesecake anymore.
Oh,
and
no.
how sad I am about that.
Yeah.
So sad. But I cannot eat cheesecake anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, I technically could, but I just can't.
The piece
Like,
I had
it's
was the size of a 20-cent piece. So I chopped off just a little bit of it, sort of thing. Good for a snack.
Yeah, I could probably get away with that much. But yeah. Oh.
You just don't like it anymore?
No, it's not something I wish. It's not something I wish to divulge on a public forum like this. Let's just say it has something to do with lactose intolerance and irritable bowel syndrome, and their powers combined form a synergy of awfulness when it comes to cheesecake and my digestive system.
Cheesecake.
And I just happened to be doing my thesis, and I was sitting in the PhD study area at the time, and that's all the information you need.
Yeah.
Internet.
So basically, what you're trying to say is that cheesecake gives you a bottom so runny you could shit through the eye of a needle.
Look, I'm not. You said that, not me. I did not say that.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to throw out. Ray's came back and said, "Why is there a flower there? Am I tripping?" And I'd been vaguely confused all night. The display names weren't showing up, and I was. Fortunately, I'm not completely Tim Smith, so I was able to find the thing. Look, there's our display names.
Yeah.
I got them back.
Yeah,
but I don't know why they were switched off. I never switched them off.
I'm a lovely flower.
You are a lovely flower in more ways than one, and but now we have display names, and I was very confused as to why we didn't, because I don't remember switching them off. So, Megalich, you were making another joke about your Telstra scam caller being seductive and whatnot. on YouTube tonight before coming on, I watched apparently the last episode of a British panel show that's been on for like 17 years, Mock the Week, which honestly I'm not a huge fan of. It occasionally has fun things. Dara O'Brien's the host, and I do like him. But they had this running joke in it sometime talking about how Dara O'Brien makes love, and someone said something about him doing it violently. And he's like, don't make love violently. That sounds like you're describing a crime. I do. And I'm trying to remember what the word was. It wasn't seductively. It was vigorously. That's right. And it became a running joke in the show to refer to doing it vigorously. But yes.
So there's been a bit of amusement in the because it goes to comedians now. So
Yeah.
you know Eddie Izzard.
Yes.
So Eddie Izzard is trans. Is
Yes.
now going by she/her. And
Yes.
is going to be standing for election in Sheffield at the next
Yep.
election.
Yeah.
And of course, the transphobes have been going nuts over it, and the
Oh yes. Yes.
So as a result, loads of hate bullshit going on. A politician, a conservative politician, was came out with this rather weird thing to say, which was kept calling Eddie Izzard him. And so one of the things is, I wouldn't follow him into the toilet, and it's like, well, since you'd be using the women's toilets, it would be really creepy if you did.
Yeah.
What are you saying, that you would normally do this, but because still goes by Eddie.
Yeah. But even if Eddie was going into the men's, this whole thing about following in was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I actually think it is probably, as so often you get, one of those homophobic bullshit is like, oh, I wouldn't go in with them because they might molest me and put their penis up my bottom type territory, the usual.
Sorry, it's just making me think of the old article from The Onion, the online satirical thing with headline, "Why do these homosexuals keep sucking my cock?" It's such a funny thing with these guys, like, and I tried to be really rough with them and show them that I wasn't going to take this, and I'd like, hold them down and fuck them, but they just seem to enjoy it. I was just like, it just gets the whole article just gets weirder and weirder and just kind of spirals, and it's these people are so fucking weird. But yeah, Eddie is really interesting. Because for ages identified as male, and then identified as male but liked to wear a dress and wear nail polish and makeup, and did actually say for a little while she wasn't trans. But again, can you imagine just being so in the public eye and trying to understand about yourself? How she keeps functioning is amazing. The amount of pressure from the public scrutiny, because she's been in the public eye for decades.
Yeah.
And it's just like, holy crap, just actually trying to come to terms with yourself while you're under constant scrutiny. Just that, oh my God, how difficult that would be.
Yeah. There's been an amusing sort of anti-trans hatred thing, and I say amusing in the rather cynical sense. But last weekend was the annual LGBT Alliance Trans Hate Conference.
Oh my God, that gross hate group, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, and then, well, they posted a photo of they claimed it was 600 people. Someone counted it was 328. So that was entertaining, and so Rosie Duffield, who is an MP, she is a Labour MP, has I will not call him a woman,
Yes.
she spoke at the LGB Alliance conference.
Yeah.
And she's a transphobe, as I've already mentioned before.
Yeah.
So, but of course, the Labour Party, they're so kind of paranoid about losing anybody that they won't do anything to reprimand her for this behaviour.
Yeah.
So you've basically got Keir Starmer, who's the leader of the Labour Party, saying that everyone should be allowed to just live their best life, and transphobia is out of order, but won't take action to to deal with a transphobe in their group.
Yeah.
And so ends up doing these kind of half-hearted support, but not do anything in particular. It's
supporting, but not putting yourself out on a limb.
Yeah, it's I support LGBT people, but not really going to do anything about it because I'm just a plastic supporter, basically. Doesn't have any real strength or structure behind it. It's just plastic, and when thin plastic. It's like having one of those, if you've got a microphone with one of those angle poised microphones, but the stand that it goes on is weak, and if you move it at all, it's just going to fall over and collapse. It's it's like that kind of Corbyn is still an MP, except for he got kicked out of the Labour Party, so he's now an independent.
Is he an independent? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they took the whip away because anti-Semitism stuff.
Oh my God, I love that he refused to knuckle under to that, because it's an absolutely bullshit, absolutely false charge that he was condoning anti-Semitism, and the whole thing is he was expected to knuckle under and apologize for a thing that hadn't happened, and he actually just dug in and went, you know what, fuck you all. This is not real. This is not true. Corbyn, who's dedicated his life to fighting bigotry, and it's just and just because he wouldn't play the game and knuckle under, it's just oh my God, the British Labour Party does my fucking head in.
And like I say, they're not a cohesive force anymore.
But just the thing, the way the Conservatives in the Labour Party, the establishment people, actively and aggressively and consistently undermined Corbyn when he was leader, despite the fact the rank and file had made it absolutely clear in 2 votes, this is who they wanted, this is who they would vote for, this is who they would support. And the establishment people just unrelentingly attacked Corbyn, and so torpedoed his chance of winning an election. That absolutely did my head in. As much as I'm down on Australian Labor, I don't see them doing that. It's I find UK politics so difficult to understand.
Yeah, we have to live it. You see, this is the thing. The whole Brexit thing, you can stand in the background and laugh at it. And, it's but we got to live with it, Yeah.
I didn't so much laugh as look in stunned disbelief.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I also mean the whole Liz Truss, Sunak, Boris.
Oh, yeah. Well, also because although he hasn't been on the stream for a while with a screen name, Frankie the Skin, who's someone I've been YouTube friends with for ages, who's a conservative, who loves Thatcher, and it's knock yourself out, buddy. You're not doing it from a position of sort of grossness or bigotry or whatever. You actually just believe in the classic Tory ideals. Like, okay, I disagree, but go for it, man. And when he was messaging me about these leadership votes, and I was just like, good luck, man. What the fuck is happening? And he was just like, yeah, I know. It's just like... So someone who wants the Conservatives to be in power, wants the Tories to win, but looks at what these absolute clowns are doing and is just like, he's just at a loss. Like, yeah, I mean, whatever. And I just imagine the stress it puts on you if you think, no, I honestly think the Tories have the best vision for England. And then you see how they behave, and it's like, oh my God. It's such a mess. It's such a mess. But yeah, I will freely admit I do not understand UK politics because so much stuff has happened in the last 10 years that I just cannot wrap my head around. I cannot understand how it happened. And it's not one thing. It's a whole cavalcade of things that I look at it and go, I just can't understand how this happened. It's absolutely surreal.
Do you know, so that there's Margaret Thatcher has got people who do like her, especially in a former constituency.
Yeah.
And it keeps getting vandalized, the statue there.
Yeah, the stories like the people throwing eggs at the statue and stuff crack me up.
Yeah, paint. Someone tied like a noose around its neck with helium balloons, so it looks like it's properly hanging. But I actually think it would be she would make for a really what the fuck angel from Doctor Who.
Oh wow. If her statue was a weeping angel, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, because she's a truly evil one, definitely. They should do that in the future, you're right. My God. I remember there was like a Twitter thing of like, yes, after, they took down this scaffolding on the Thatcher statue, and within 5 minutes, someone had pelted it with eggs. And then someone replied, what did they do to the traitor? And then someone else replied, don't worry, she's still dead.
Yeah.
It's like there is a Twitter account called Thatcher Fun Facts, and the only thing it ever tweets is she's still dead.
Yeah. It's actually quite funny because they were talking about Liz Truss being the new Thatcher.
Oh my God.
And it's like she modeled herself on Thatcher.
Oh, isn't that disturbing?
Yeah.
Jesus. Girl power. Yeah, Thatcher was a girl boss.
Yeah.
Rays, I like that. I didn't disagree with everything Thatcher did, just most of it.
Yeah.
Also, and this is in all sincerity with no sarcasm or anything, I can acknowledge, because I've seen bits in Question Time and whatnot, Labour, when they were attacking Thatcher, definitely did, at least on occasion, descend into misogyny. Like there were definitely occasions in Question Time in Parliament when they weren't attacking the policy, they were attacking Thatcher for being a woman. And that's fucked. And Labour did definitely do it. Not all the time, not even most of the time, but it definitely did happen. And I do think it's important to acknowledge that some of the anti-Thatcher people just descended into just gross misogyny rather than like focusing on policy. Because, yeah, Thatcher's policy was just demonic in so many ways.
Yeah. You know, as was already joked, you know, kind of I couldn't stand anything she did or anything she said, but she did do one great thing for the country, and that was die.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's very hard to not indulge in extremely dark humor with Thatcher.
I mean, Boris was an oaf. You know, there's a really weird, amusing sort of, you know, like, so a lot of the people who are conservatives hate brown people, and now we've got a brown person who's the prime minister of the Conservative Party, and it's like, what do they do? What do they do now? You know, it's like, but he's the prime minister and he's a conservative. Can I still hate him because he's brown? Because he's brown?
Oh, yeah.
You know, what do the racists do when you've got a right-wing arsehole MP that's brown?
Yeah. They get weird. Yeah, no. It's and it's because, yes, they've always done the stuff because of the ethnicity of someone, whereas I like to think when you're on the left, you're reacting to the things people do, not the things they are.
Yeah. I mean, here's an example of how fucked our politicians are. So that the new Home Secretary, or the second time Home Secretary, she was asked, you know, like, what is your dream? And she said her dream was a picture on the Daily Mail of a plane full of refugees going to Rwanda.
I remember that, yes.
That was her dream. And it's like,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, it's just because they're a very hateful person.
Yeah, it's really been tough for them, the Conservatives, recently, because apparently a poll came out and it found that given the fact that, you know, we don't have Polish people in picking, you know, fruit and potatoes and working in care homes and the NHS, which means that now we're having problems because, you know, food's rotting in fields, and care homes are struggling to get people to work for them because it's hard work, and, you know, and people are dying and stuff, and it's low pay. And, you know, so, and nurses, you know, basically what happened was COVID came along, they, you know, ended up having to leave the country to go home, you know, and then they can't get back. And so therefore we've now got loads of people who can't get back in the country because we decided we don't like brown people, not brown people, immigrants of any kind, including white people, because they're from Poland or etc. And I was going somewhere and I've forgotten.
That's okay. Half of my conversations end like that.
Yeah, it's just crazy at the moment, you know. Like I say, they've got the thing they wanted. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the poll was like, we'd actually like to see more immigration from Europe because of the problems it's caused. Then we've got another Brexit issue, which is the Northern Ireland Protocol, which means that Northern Ireland is sort of still a part of the EU because they've got a border with Northern, with Ireland. So you've got Ireland and Northern Ireland, and a part of the Good Friday Agreement from like late 90s. Part of that is there'll be no hard border. Well, as soon as we voted leave, there has to be a hard border. Yes. So they created this thing, but they don't give a shit about Northern Ireland. They just want out. And, you know, it's like, yeah, but, you know, that gets in the way of this thing that we want. So we'll just not deal with that at all. So we haven't actually properly left Europe. We've sort of like mostly left Europe.
Yeah.
And screwed ourselves over, you know,
Well, yeah.
It's so yeah. So what you've got is you've got the Stormont Assembly. So they got this devolved government thing going on. So there's a Welsh government, a Scottish government, and a Northern Irish government. But what's happened is that Sinn Féin, who are the political wing of what used to be the IRA, they won the last election. They have more representatives. And so the DUP, the unionists, they have refused to do this government because they're a minority. And, we're not going to do it until the Northern Ireland Protocol has been sorted out. And what they're actually saying is, no, we won't accept that election. Yeah, sure, we accept the votes that way, but we don't want to work with them and actually do our jobs. We're going to, make picky, random stuff just so that we don't have to accept the obligation of doing our fucking jobs.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to go to bed. It's like 1 a.m. here.
And Honey's just about to go out.
No, I'm here. Are you out for a party, you mean?
What time
You're
is it?
looking like you're ready to party.
Nah, ready to go into the balcony for another cigarette, and it's freezing out there, and I've got wet hair.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Melbourne.
It's freezing?
Yeah, it's really cold.
It's actually, we've got a burst of surprisingly cool weather, and I was looking at the predictions for the next week, and we have some surprisingly cool and very rainy weather for the next week. So
Weirdly, we're having a bit of a hot spell because there's low pressure, but it's coming from the south, so it's drawing up all this from Africa. So we've actually got two-digit numbers. So it's actually quite warm at the moment.
Yeah, I thought we'd passed the cool weather because we had a couple of weeks that even when it was raining, it was a little bit warm and whatnot. But today, pretty goddamn fresh today, to be honest. And yeah, looking at the next week, we are having some very cool temperatures and a lot of rain. So if you see me next week, so as I say, I'm about to go to bed, I think. But
it's 17 degrees right now in Manchester Land.
I think we've maybe reached that today, but it's certainly not that. Also, it's 1 a.m. So if it was 17 at 1 a.m., I'd probably be really annoyed, actually.
Yeah.
That's too warm for 1 a.m.
Yeah, well, it's going to be 12 degrees at midnight.
It's 11 feels like 9, according to the Bureau of Meteorology at the moment.
Where I am, it's 9, just 9 flat.
Yeah.
I heard you had a lot of floods your way.
Yeah, no, it's been stupid amounts of rain for like 6 months here, and huge tracts, particularly of Queensland and New South Wales, have been having flooding, and in the last couple of weeks, parts of Victoria have too, and it's ridiculous. But in a preamble, I'm not only not streaming tomorrow night, I'm probably not streaming on Sunday night. So the earliest you're likely to see another stream is Tuesday.
Can I give one last thing, very short?
Yeah, sure.
Stuff. Good trans news. So in Scotland yesterday, the Scottish government they did the first vote on changing the Gender Reform Act so that Gender Recognition Act. Sorry, so it means that if you're in Scotland soon, that it will take 6 months to change your gender on your birth certificate and stuff.
Okay.
So, and this is something that's been going on all over the world, except for they don't like the idea in Britain because we've got a transphobic government in. But in Scotland, they're like, yeah, fuck you. We actually, are going to like follow what the general trend is. Most people don't care and or are supportive, and it's only a tiny amount that really are against how dare trans people exist and want a private life, and and of course they tried to suggest that that's doing this will will mean that any men can just go and pretend to be trans so they can go in the bathroom, and it's
as if they would.
It's never ever actually happened.
Yeah,
except by right-wing trolls.
Yeah, and it's just like no, the men who are abusers don't dress up as women to do it. They just do it. They just
pretend to be a cleaner.
It's bleak and awful.
Yeah, but anyway,
but we are beautiful and full of love and light and sunshine.
Yeah.
And
what I mean is the first one passed for 54 to 33 or something. I can't remember what it was now. It was low. So yeah, most people. The first law passed, so it's got to wait to get to the next stage, and then it become the law. So, yay!
And yes, Rottweiler dude, it is absolutely morning. It's 1 a.m. and that's why I'm kicking off. Even though I'm not super sleepy, but I'm just trying to be on some level responsible and not feel like shit for all of Saturday, because I am going out on Saturday night to a new venue, and I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on your stream. I think it's
thanks for coming on, man. It was good to see you.
Yeah, I'll try and do it more, like once a week, maybe.
Yeah,
talk about for an hour and just give up on it. But yeah.
And nice to see everybody again from me.
And yes, Laura, good to see. Yes, because I feel like I've missed you for quite a while, Laura. So it's excellent.
It's been at least a month.
Yeah, but good to have you.
Actually, I think it might be a bit longer. But either way. Last time the Queen had died, and we were doing the whole thing.
Sorry. I was still laughing at Betty popping her clogs. But anyway, fare thee well, fine people. See you another time.
This time next week, we may have another Prime Minister. Yay!
I know. Only 2 more Prime Ministers till Christmas.